La Belgique viennent ensuite les Pays-Bas, l'Espagne, l'Italie, la Grande-Bretagne et l'Autriche dans le top 8.
Welcome back to Switzerland and to Avenches for Cross Country Day here in the FEI Eventing Nations Cup competition. What a brilliant day we have got ahead of us. Incredible conditions here as well. Beautiful scenes at one of the most picturesque locations, the heart of eventing in Switzerland. And today it is all about the cross country phase. The last couple of days our attention has been focused on the dressage, but now it is all about the thrills and the spills of the cross country. The Nations Cup team event, Spain sitting in 5th place overnight with a combined score of 101.7. And it is certainly tight in the team leaderboard as well. They're led by Esteban Benitez Valle, who will be last to go for the Spanish team, out on course a little bit later on. The Dutch team sitting in 4th place, just off the podium at the moment. Sanne de Jong, the best of the Dutch team on the dressage, scores global fairly flashy. 31.3 leads the way for them. Switzerland in a very competitive 2nd place after dressage, 92.2, less than 3 seconds behind a French team that leads the way. We'll come on to the French in just a second. First of all, Austria 8th overnight, 109.2, currently dropping the score of Andreas Riedel and Grenenstown at the moment, but of course still a long way to go over the jumping phases. Then we have Italy in 6th place on 104.2 overnight. Susanna Bordona, Imperial van der Holtakers, arguably one of the most experienced combinations in the field, the best of the Italian scores on the team sheets at the moment. Here's the French squad. Look at that, 91.1, led by Christopher Cease, Totem de Bressy, on the comeback trail. And I think my dark horses to be taking the top spot on the podium here this weekend as well. Some really, really nice youth mixed with experience in the French team, as the final team completing the podium alongside France and Switzerland. Belgium, who've been on the podium at every FEI Eventing Nations Cup leg so far this year. Can they make it 6 from 6? The British team, the only one of the 8 teams in the lineup, fielding just 3 riders. That was with the withdrawal of Phoebe Locke, unfortunately, before the dressage, which means all of their scores in the cross country will count, because it is the traditional 3 from 4 best scores on the board. And this is how that team leaderboard looks when we shape seconds over Mike Etherington Smith's cross-country track is not a lot at all. Belgium as well looking very, very competitive, but all can change. And this is the starting order. These are the combinations on course. Global fairly flashy. Sanne de Jong, one of the early ones to watch for the Dutch team. And Christopher Cease, Totem de Bressy, will give us a really good indication of that 6-minute 21-second optimum time. Captain Tiger Tilly looks a really smart new ride for David Dole. Looking forward to seeing them out on course before we turn our attentions to the individual riders a little bit later on. And they will go forward after the team rotation of riders throughout the day. But here we are underway, and it is Francisco Gavino Gonzalez who gets us started for the Spanish team, Ultrasource del Cerro, and a good opportunity to get into their rhythm. It's an absolutely enormous brush at fence 2, really going back to the racing roots here in Avenches. And the opportunity to get into their rhythm before the first real question comes up here at 4A, B and C. It's quite a tight left-handed turn as they cut across the racecourse proper back to this rail. 2 strides, jumping the ditch on an angle, another 2 strides or 3 strides as he popped in there to the third and final element. And actually dot on his minute markers for this stage of the course. Only a minute in, of course, and still a long way to go. Mike Etherington Smith has done a great job in putting some really beefy fences out there. And my goodness, That would give you some feeling. 6A and B, Potter's Hedges. Plenty to jump, as I say. And Francisco has certainly set out like he means business. Ultrasource del Cerro 35. The first of the 57 horses we have coming forward to cross country. The slide, as it is known, at 8. But some really clever, intelligent footwork there from Ultrasource del Cerro. And he's clear through 7A and B. On to the JPK's challenge at 8 now, just past the 2-minute marker. Big corner at the bottom, and there's a ditch underneath that corner as well. He's gone the direct route. And he's certainly not hanging around. Ultrasource del Cerro, 9-year-old, owned by Francisco Gavino Carabantes. And this is a part of the track that's pretty twisty and turny, just getting in a little bit tight to some of the big fences, which actually just takes them out of their rhythm slightly. It'll cost them a tiny bit on the clock too. But pops really nicely through there as away from the start. The first of the Dutch riders, Sana de Jong, gets her campaign underway with Global Fairly Flashy. The Spanish team still bidding for a team ticket to the Paris Olympic Games. In terms of the Nations Cup leaderboard, they currently sit in 4th, 290 points, but not a million miles away behind Italy, who are on 310, and Netherlands 325 in second. The Belgians well out in front, 440 in the lead at the moment. Popping through those angled brush boxes. As to Sana de Jong, Global Fairly Flashy, owned by Global Event Horses, a horse that was originally brought out by Brian Morrison over in Ireland. Oh, very bold. Now that's a really interesting comparison, because went down to the ditch having got a really good shot over the first element, absolutely ballooned it, but took a stride out and then made the 2 strides to the second element, or the third element I should say, look really straightforward. And we actually saw Francisco's horse just putting in the 3 strides there. And again, finding the 4 strides in between the Potter's Hedges at 6A and B very straightforward. I think we'll see a few people perhaps going on the 5 as the day progresses, but obviously lots and lots and lots of scope. Sana de Jong, the first of her 3 rides in this 4-star class. She comes to the slide, the ground really slopes away, and you can just appreciate the acute angle there on that B element. Well, our Pathfinder is heading towards the latter stages of his round, going to 18A and B, the Yenna Pond. Going the direct route and pops through there very nicely. So what is his clock going to look like? Because he's got under a minute to get home. He's a little bit down on the clock. I would have said maybe some 15, 20 seconds. But he'll give us a really good indication as to how that optimum time is looking. The horse still looking full of running, but he's got to make sure he jumps the fences as well. Clear of the Le Fond du Sport Vaudois. And then here is the Avenches fence. Massive, great big ditch and brush. And he stood a mile off there as away from the start. Next out on course, Melody Yona. Melody rides GB Keep Cool de Perche as we watch Francisco just coming on towards home. So 6 minutes 21 is the optimum time. So the clock is going to turn red now, and those time penalties start to clock up pretty quickly. He's still got a little bit way to go as he just winds his way round this final chicane. You can't take any chances here, and he's still got this final water as well. Clear over those boats, and it'll be some 5 jumping efforts left for Francisco. The latter part of this track, the time just absolutely disappears. And a quick check of his watch as he comes up towards the finish flags. And it is a clear round, a very good clear round as well, it should be said, for the Spanish team. That is a big one for them to get under their belt, round in 7:06. And so he'll have a few time penalties to add as well. But that will give him a total score of 18 time penalties. He finished on 52.2. So sets the standard for the Spanish team as away from the start. This is going back to Sana de Jong. Global fairly flashy a few moments ago. Important round for the Dutch team here. We catch up with them a little bit later on in their round. They're clear so far through to fence 15 on a very competitive score of 31.3, their accounting score for the Dutch team as they come back into the main racecourse to the Pony School fence and the PMU Oxa. Global fairly flashy, who completed in the 4-star in Stragom a few weeks ago, going the direct route at the Jena Water. Pops through there very nicely. Interestingly, Sana doesn't look to have her foot pressed firmly on the accelerator. She didn't set out with her foot pressed firmly on the accelerator at all, and she's very much continuing on that trend. And actually, she's going to pick up some significant time penalties because only 21 seconds to get home. But she's going to need probably a minute and 20 seconds to get home from here. So it will be some time penalties to add at this stage for the Dutch team. 0.4 of a penalty, remember, for every second over that optimum time of 6 minutes and 21 seconds. As Sana comes back to absolutely enormous corner, the Vaudois Assurances corner, 21 and 22. It's actually got both numbers on it because the alternative, which was just to the left of the screen there, is 2 different jumping efforts. Sana de Jong really nicely through that final water. Jena Water at 23, A and B. And this has been a really smart round from this combination. They haven't been chasing the time, and that's going to be a really interesting one as to how that is going to impact the team leaderboard, because they were a counting score for the Dutch team, but safely on through the finish. And Global fairly flashy, looks full of running still as they come home safely. So big pats for Global fairly flashy, and Sana de Jong round in 7 minutes and 16 seconds. So there's going to be a handful of time penalties as well. Almost a minute over. 22 time penalties, finished on 53.3. The Dutch team just debriefing, and Sana will actually have a pretty quick turnaround because she's got 2 more rides in this individual competition as well. Yarrowly MBF and Jersey MBF 2. So we'll see her a little bit later on. As we go now to the first of the home country. It is Switzerland's Meldiona And interestingly, actually, news coming through that there's a broken device, so an 11 penalties added to the scorecard. That's the first part of the coffin combination at 4, so it will be 11 penalties to add for Melody. And again, the Swiss team, that is going to have its impact on the leaderboard. GB Keep Cool de Perche. There's a 12-year-old. Came forward on 32.3, so has the 11 penalties to add as well. The quickest that we've seen so far, it should be said. The Dutch team will be counting the time penalties of Sana de Jong. The Swiss team counting this 11 penalties of GB Keep Cool de Perche. They've got another very good score from Roxane Gonfin, Galaxier du Filion, who were on a score of 34.1. That was the drop score. So we'll still look out for that. And that could well see... Oh, just having to really be careful there on the turns. You can just see how easy it would be. This is much later on in the course. The final water. But it would have been a similar rail that the frangible device would have been activated a little bit earlier on in her round. So Melodiona and GB Keep Cool de Perche just heading towards home. It's going to be the quickest round that we've seen as they clear the last and certainly finish looking full of running. Just 11 jumping penalties to add for that activation of a device. Ran in 6 minutes and 48 seconds. They finish the day on 54.1 going forward to tomorrow's jumping. So it is a 54.1 to add for the Swiss team at the moment. Away from the start goes Andreas Riedel and Granenstown, coming forward on 41.3. Andreas, the first of the Austrian riders. And a big moment for him this weekend, making his Nations Cup debut. Just waiting for Andreas. Here he comes. Just having settled into a nice, easy rhythm out on course. He's just jumped the squirrels at fence 15. And that's quite a tricky little fence, actually. You run along right round the back of the pond, around the trotting training track. And you just have to be really careful because you're twisting and turning back onto the racecourse proper. And you don't want to make a silly mistake there, Andreas. Just careful to make sure he's taking the time to set up for each fence as it comes, as he comes now to the pony school fence at 16. And this would be at around the 4-minute marker. So he's past the 4-minute marker. So he is significantly down on the clock, probably by some 90 plus seconds. But of course, you've got to ride exactly what's underneath you. Everybody goes out there with a different game plan. As away from the start goes Christopher Cease and Totem de Bressy, I believe. That is going to be a really big round for the French. Clear of the PMU Oxa at 17, Andreas Riedel. Goes the direct route through the water. This is Evelina Bertoli and Quick Joe on their way round a few moments ago out of the start box. Getting a good shot at the early part of their round. This is the slide at fence 6 to the left with Evelina Bertoli and Quick Joe popping through there really nicely. Great different angle to see just how steep those mounds are out on course. A similar fence in the Europeans for Evelina Bertoli when the European Championships were being held here back in 2021. Andreas Riedel gets a good shot at the Avenches fence at 20. And he's well on his way home now. 6 jumping efforts remaining. Christopher Cease, the first of the French riders, also out on course. He would be one of my ones to watch in terms of the clock. 6 minutes, 21 seconds. That's the optimum time. Taking the alternative route, actually, right near the end of the course at 21 and 22. The La Vaudoise Assurances corner, Andreas Riedel. Andreas now just coming through the final chicane, heading towards home. As Evelina Bertoli at the Enna Water. She is not hanging around, Evelina. The Italian team as well, looking to pick up some big Nations Cup points here this weekend. Going to be around 2 and a bit minutes over the time, Andreas Riedel. But coming home with a clear jumping round. Just has the last to put behind him. Pops it very well. And through the finish. Looks absolutely delighted with that. What a moment for him. Clear round cross country on a Nations Cup debut. There might be a few time penalties, but do you know what? A brilliant, brilliant performance. And he rode very, very sensibly. Made sure that both he and the horse finished full of confidence. And we'll look forward to seeing them again in the future. But Andreas Riedel, Grenonstown have completed. Back to Evelina Bertoli. Quick Joe. At the Enna Water, right near the end of their round. Oh, stood way off the first of those boats. But the horse picked up and found the 2 strides for her. And she is motoring. You can see how hot on the heels of Andreas Riedel she is. She's just got to come towards home. Be really interested to see her time in a second, because this is a very fast round for the Italian team. Evelina Bertoli has left it all out on course. And what a superb clear round. She punches the air with delight. 46.4 is her score. 6 minutes, 45 seconds is the total penalty score. The fastest that we have seen as we go to the first of the French riders. 9.6 time penalties it was for Evelina Bertoli. This is Christopher Cease, Totem de Bressy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Finds the 4 very easily. There's the combination. Oh, he just got in a little bit close to the bottom of that rail, but the horse was very clever, showed his experience. Combination who were 4th individually at the European Championships back in, I think it was Le Moulin 2019 actually. Top 10 in the Tokyo Olympic Games for France, part of that French team that took team bronze in Tokyo. Haven't had the easiest 12 months or so, and so missed out on a place for the European Championships. But my goodness, they would love to throw their hat back into the ring. They've got a home Olympic Games on the horizon next year. At the Enna Water. Just took the flag to the right-hand side there. And the second element as well. Looked okay from our angle, but of course, that's totally down to the fence judges, the ground jury, the officials on the ground. They've got lots of different camera angles that they can see. The Le Fond du Sport Vaudois. Quite 2 big brush boxes, or brush roll tops, but they're quite straightforward. They're more of a speed bump set by Mike Hetherington-Smith, it must be said. As this ditch and brush at the Avenches fence is quite enormous. Pops over that very easily. 29.1, remember their dressage. Absolutely in contention here. A counting score for the French team and 5th overnight as well. So What can he do? Because this is going to be the most competitive combination we've seen so far at this early stage. It's a big one for the French team as well. At the angled boats. Just had to work for the 2 strides there, but got it. So the time penalties are starting to clock up. 32.3 already, 0.4 of a penalty for every second over the time. You can see how quickly they increase. There'll be a few time penalties to add, but that looks like it's going to be the order of the day here. Christopher Cease, Totem de Bressy, get a clear round on the board for the French team, but there will be some time penalties to add. There we go, 37.5 is his total. Some 21 seconds over the time, so 8.4 time penalties, the quickest that we've seen so far. But the French team just looking to add a few time penalties onto their team score of 91.1 as we came into the competition. So Christopher Cease, Totem de Bressy have completed clear. As Julien Despontin and Honey Blue, the first of the Belgian team riders, come back on the racetrack to the pony school fence at 16, just about past the 4-minute marker here. Ferdmertz, Signor Medicott, the overnight leader, on a score of 25.5. Was the best top-level dressage score from an Indian rider in over 15 years yesterday. Quite remarkably, though, Ferdmertz holds 9 of the top 10 Indian dressage scores. An absolute trailblazer for eventing in his country. As Julien Despontin comes to the PMU Oxer at 17. Honey Blue, the drop score for the Belgian team as things stand heading into the cross-country. 40.0 they scored in the dressage. Quite an economic line, going the direct route through the Jena Pond at 18 A and B. But he is significantly down on the clock. If that would be his time, because 6 minutes 21 seconds the optimum time. You need about 1 minute and 30 left on the clock going into that Jena Pond. Honey Blue and Julien kicking on to the Avenches fence. 10-year-old owned by Didier Hergot, who actually bred this horse as well. The Jena water really rode for that distance, and then the 2 strides between the angled boats came up really nicely for him. Just got to find his way home now. Julien Despontin and Honey Blue, the first of the Belgian team riders. Come to the final fence, pop it very nicely, and are home safely. So big pats. Belgium get their first team rider home without jumping penalties. There will be some time to add. Round in 7:04. So some 43 seconds over the time. There we go, 57.2 his score. The clubhouse leader is Christopher Cease, Totem de Bressy, 37.5. As away from the start box goes the next rider to join us out on course. Marcel Perrault-Patou and Volney de la Trebelle. Marcel actually comes forward as the second rider for the Spanish team. Drops very neatly through those brushes. Potter's Hedges at 6A and B as we catch up with him now. Going down the slide. An angled hedge on the bottom of that bank is really, really tight. And the corner there, absolutely enormous at 10B. 37.4 his score coming forward. Of course, the show jumping still to come tomorrow when the conclusion of the competition will happen. And we'll have all of the reaction for you on FEI TV and on Clip My Horse. So do join us for the conclusion tomorrow. All of the horses will have gone through the final horse inspection tomorrow morning as well, just to make sure that they are fit and sound, ready to continue on with the competition. As next away from the start, Nadia Minder, Top Jobs Jalisco. We've also got Marcel right at the end of his round. The first of the Spanish riders has completed with a clear round. It feels like the cross-country time is going to have the biggest influence on the team leaderboard. So far, the jumping efforts have not had too much impact with the first rotation of team riders. Just the one jumping penalty out on course thus far, with the first 10 or so riders out there. Of course, don't want to speak too soon, but the time has been very influential. 8.4 time penalties is the quickest that we've seen. The inner water. Actually had to work for those 2 strides. And he's going to be some significantly over the time, about a minute and a half, just over the optimum time, 6 minutes 21 seconds. Remember, the 4-star short level of competition is definitely the hardest of the different levels to achieve the optimum time, because you've got horses traveling at an average of 570 meters per minute, but because of the short format and it only being sort of 6.5 minutes long, you have a lot of jumping efforts in a very short space of time. So there's less of those traveling, galloping parts of the track where you can make up time. So 73.4 the score for our second Spanish team rider. Clear jumping, but more time to add. So they've got 2 horses home and currently sit on a score of 119.7. Still a little way to go, though. As here is Nadia Minder, Top Jobs Jalisco. Nadia, just 23 years of age. We'll see her a little bit later on with Aquila B as well, competing as an individual. This is the horse, though, that she comes forward on in the Swiss National Championships, which is taking place today. Foot perfect through the combination at 4, the gallop turf. As we catch up with her, the slide at 7A and B, the next away from the start. Wow, very bold, and actually almost ran herself into a spot of bother down the hill there at the Atrium Corners. The horse really used his scope, Top Jobs Jalisco. Very bold at the top, and Nadia just took a pull coming down, which meant that actually they got in quite tight to that corner, and the horse made every effort to go between the flags. And ultimately, you know, these horses absolutely love their jobs, and you've got to help each other out on occasion. And Top Jobs Jalisco certainly did that with Nadia there. So they continue on clear so far, as very quickly through the combination. Rebecca Gerolds, Shannon Queen at 4. They actually took the 1 stride and the 2 strides. We've seen everything through there this morning. We've seen 1 and 2 strides. We've seen 2 and 2. We've seen 2 and 3. And it just goes to show, you know, good cross-country riding is about riding feel. They wait for the 5 strides there, that enormous brush. They're meaty enough fences. Mike Etherington-Smith has certainly not scrimped in terms of the dimensions of this 4-star track. And Mike, a hugely accomplished course designer, designed all the way up the levels, including now the designer for Le Moulin, and also the 5-star in Adelaide. Nadjaminda, Top Jobs, Jalisco. See a flyer to the PMU Oxer at 17. Top Jobs, Jalisco. Accommodation that have had some good results at the 4-star level this year. And they pop through that really well. Nadja is pushing for the clock here. This is going to be really interesting. So the Swiss were second after dressage, but actually they have got some time penalties from their first rider to count, and an 11 penalties for Melody Yona, GB Cool de Perche, who are on a score of 54.1. So they're hoping to probably drop that score now. But they've still got 3 very competitive scores, which actually puts them ahead of the French, with the first French rider having gone. So it opens the door right up. And Nadjaminda absolutely flying. Sees a good stride through those angled houses. So kicking on towards home, what will her time be? Because this has been a superb performance from Nadjaminda, Top Jobs, Jalisco. There we go, 39.3 is their score. So they're going to have a few time penalties to add, but not many. The quickest round of the day so far goes to Switzerland. And that is a really, really key round for them. Round in 6 minutes 35 seconds, so some 14 seconds over the time. That's 5.6 time penalties. That is pretty quick. That's back with Rebecca Girault and Shannon Queen. Get a good shot at that big corner. So if you're just tuning in to us here on FEI TV for the Six Nations Cup leg in Avenches, then a very, very warm welcome to you into the second rotation of team riders. The Nations Cup riders coming forward first, and then we will turn our attention to the individual riders as the day progresses, including the overnight leader, Fuad Merza, Senior Medicot, 25.5, the score out in front. But it is all change in terms of the team standings here, because one thing is very apparent. The cross-country time here is unbelievably tough. And the time penalties so far have been making a real impact on the team leaderboard. Shannon Queen is absolutely flying with Rebecca Girault. Looking very keen as they come on that 39.4 dressage to the Jana Water. Jana stands for the Institut Equestre National Avenches. Avenches, this magnificent venue, really the mecca for eventing in Switzerland. A lot of their high performance teams come here to train. Shannon Queen looking like she absolutely loves her job as she comes to the Avenches fence. Next away from the start, David Dole and Captain Tiger Tilly. Oh, and unfortunately just ran themselves into a spot of bother. Shannon Queen was really flying, stood away off that ditch and brush, and unfortunately just landed on the other side of it. Good to see her up on her feet. And Shannon Queen looks like she's about to lose her bridle, but is caught as well. They'll both be checked out. We've got a brilliant team of vets and medics, but unfortunately their day ends early, and such a shame because they'd enjoyed a really good round to this point. But Shannon Queen, unfortunately, not the day for them. And Rebecca Girold, will see her, I'm sure, very soon. But that takes them out of contention for the Austrian team. As away from the start, it is Matteo Orlandi. And quality and time, 35.7 their two-phase score. Goes on the two strides to the angled ditch, two strides to the third element as well. Matteo riding as the second rider for the Italian team. And making light work of some of the early parts of the course. The Italian team again looking for qualification for the Paris Olympic Games. They could well be chasing that qualification target through this Nations Cup series. They've been one of only 4 teams to have actually sent a team to every single leg so far. Currently sit in third with 310 points, but a big podium weekend for them here. Could certainly see them climb that leaderboard, and it really opens up the door because there's 2 tickets on offer at the European Championships to the highest placed teams in the team competition who have not already qualified. And then, of course, the highest placed team in the Nations Cup standings at the end of the season post Buccolo, which we will have live for you on FEI TV, will also qualify. So there's a couple of different options. It was Switzerland, actually, 4 years ago, who took that Nations Cup place in an absolutely nail-biting conclusion at Buccolo, who will be securing their spot in 2023. Well, we do hope you'll stay with us. We've got a brilliant summer of sport for you. Matteo going really well with quality and time. Heading into the final third of his course at the Avenches ditch and brush now. As they pop over that very nicely. Away from the start would be Raphael Cochet and Difta de Verry. David Dole, Captain Tiger Tilly, also out on course at the moment. So the first of the British riders. Evelina Bertoli and Quick Joe actually delivered a very good round for the Italian team. Just a handful of time penalties. 9.6 time penalties, which is one of the quicker rounds. So the Italian team could really move up the leaderboard here. There's going to be a few time penalties again for Matteo Orlandi, but not too many. It will certainly be one of the quicker rounds of the competition. And he comes towards the latter stages of his round, just the last to go. Pops the final fence and is home safely. So it is clear round number 2 for the Italian team. There's going to be a few time penalties, absolutely. But it certainly won't have done them any harm. 6 minutes, 56 seconds, 49.7. That puts him just actually into 4th on the leaderboard behind teammate Evelina Bertoli and Quick Joe. As here is David Dole, Captain Tiger Tilly. New ride for David this year. Was actually formerly campaigned by Sanna de Jong last season. But David's had 3 international runs and 3 very good international placings with her. She's an absolutely enormous horse, but one that I have to admit rather fell in love with in the first phase in the dressage on Thursday. Oh, just ran into a little bit of bother at the hedge, had a bit of a look, landed a little bit more on the hedge than David would have perhaps liked, but the hedge is quite forgiving in situations such as that. Come down the hill at 10 and pop through there very nicely. And now crossing back to the big rails. The PMU Oxford at 17. Actually understand they've picked up 20 penalties out on course at 14A. That's more at Speech, the first of the waters that we don't particularly see. So carrying 20 penalties for the British team, which the British team will have to count on their scorecard because they've only got the 3 riders here. Oh, actually, that's a real shame. At the Yenna Pond at 18 as well, another 20 penalties there. And I think David might have just elected to call it a day. He's letting the horse just walk through the water. Pat for her. And it doesn't look like he's going to pick up to represent. Just electing to save the horse for another occasion, and that is confirmed. So David Dole and Captain Tiger Tilly, unfortunately not their day today, but I'm sure we'll see them again as away from the start. This is Difta Diveri and Raphael Cochet in 8th place overnight, 31.2. Key round for the French team here. The French team at the moment on a score of 97. They've got the drop score of Totem de Brassy and Christopher Cease as things stand. Of course, though, that's with completed time penalties. And I think there's going to be a lot of time penalties for a lot of different nations here. So would imagine that they will actually count that score as the afternoon progresses. But all could change on that leaderboard. Raphael Cochet, Difta Diveri not hanging around as they go clear over 15. .31.2 was their starting score. Coming forward to the cross country. Difta Diveri, 10-year-old by Herald 3. Owned by Raphael alongside Élevage de la Louvière. Went clear cross country at Blenheim, 9-year-old class a couple of years ago. Actually completed here 12 months ago too. This class last year was won by Robin Godel, Grandeur de Lally, on his way to taking the Swiss national title. So Raphael Cochet has some 40 seconds or so to get home from here. He's not going to totally be able to do it, but he's not going to be far off one of the quickest rounds that we've seen. Of course, got to jump the fences as well. As next away from the start, Merrill Blom, Hulsman and Chinook are for the Dutch team. Oh, he rather skated over the top of that frangible pin, or the mim clip, I should say, at the rails at the water, the Yenna water, but he got away with it absolutely fine. So, Raphael Cochet, Difta Diveri for the French team. The French have only fielded teams in 2 Nations Cup legs so far, but they've won both of them, and they've got a really strong chance again this weekend. He doesn't take any chances, rightly so, to the final fence. But Raphael Cochet, Difta Diveri have given the French their second fast clear round, and he punches the air with delight, goes out in front in the individual standings, 9 seconds over the time. Actually, 13 seconds over the time. My mental maths not quite quick enough to catch up with me, but that is still the quickest that we have seen. Very, very good from them. Now we turn our attentions to Wouters de Kleen for Belgium. Quintera. Clever footwork at the ditch. So, just to put it into perspective, we've got 2 French flags at the top of the placings. 36.4 Difter de Very, Raphael Cochet, and then ahead of Christopher Cease, Totem de Bressy. Still a way to go in terms of the team standings, though, as we head towards the end of the second rotation of team riders. Wouters de Kleen, 33.1 was his starting score, inside the top 20 individually for Belgium. The first of the Belgian riders, Julien Despontin, had a good clear round. Good handful of time penalties, 17.2 time penalties to add. Just rather pitched Wouters forward on landing, coming out of the, or coming into the water, it would be said, but 33.1 his starting score. Around 30 seconds down on the clock. But the Belgian team at the moment have got 1 clear round in the bag. That came of Julien Despontin and Honey Blue. And after the second rotation of team riders have been for every nation, we'll give you an update on those team scores. Everybody would be on a level playing field as such then. As going away from the starts, Gonzalo Blasco Botin for Spain and Marlango de Pomers. We've also got Meryl Blom-Hulsman out on course, Chinook R. We'll come to her in a moment. Jumping a little bit out of order. I had been expecting them a few horses ago, but they are now out on course. Wouters de Kleen comes to the final fence, popped it really nicely. It's been a very good round from the Belgian rider. And big smiles as he comes through the finish. Round is 6 minutes 45. It's not a slow round either. 42.7 puts himself well in the mix here. And that is a very strong cross-country performance for Team Belgium. They'll be absolutely delighted with that. Still have Julian Vergevos and Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer to go for the Belgian team. That enormous hedge at 6, the Potter's Hedges, A and B, Gonzalo Blasco Botin, Marlango de Pomers. And they're the first rotation of team rider number 3. Pops neatly down the slide at 8A and B. As away from the start, this is Gonzalo Blasco Botin and Marlango de Pomers. Third combination for the Spanish team. Spain's first 2 riders having completed with clear rounds cross country, but just a few time penalties to add. They'd dearly love to be able to count this score if they could. Marlango de Pomez in the middle part of the course as we go to Merrill Blom, or I should say Merrill Blom-Hulsman with Chinakar, really exciting 8-year-olds. Absolutely enormous jump over the Avenches fence. And this is a horse that really catapulted himself into the limelight, actually, with a brilliant performance in Stragom at the Nations Cup there. You can just see almost a little bit of inexperience at times, giving the fences plenty of air, but my goodness, what an exciting horse for Merrill for the future. Now, the Dutch team, their first rider, Sana de Jong, Global Fairly Flashy, on a score of 53.3, so they're going to be counting that now. They had a good round, just plenty of time penalties to add. Merrill Blom has been shown as a question mark on a flag penalty, so that one will be reviewed by the ground jury, and we'll wait for it to be confirmed. But big pats for Chinakar, looks like a real star for the future for her. And at this stage in a horse's career, yes, you want to go out there and do your best for the team, but ultimately you want to be giving your horses the best possible grounding and experience for the future. And who knows, this could well be a horse that we see head to Paris next year. A little way to go, of course. Netherlands still looking for their team qualifying ticket, but Chinakar looking like the real deal for Merrill Blom-Hulsman. And she completes. So let's take a look at the team scoreboards after two riders have gone from each team. It's actually Switzerland out in front, 99.6, but they still have two counting scores left to go. And their final score is quite a big drop score because it's an 11 penalties. So they're out in front ahead of France, but I would say France at this stage have the upper hand, certainly, because they've got two very good scores on the board. Belgium sitting in third, 104.5, and then Italy, Spain, the Netherlands drop down the leaderboard slightly, Austria, Great Britain. They had to count all three of their scores, and with David Dole retiring, that does rather put them out of contention in terms of the team competition. So the third riders for each team away at the moment. And this is the third of the Spanish riders, Gonzalo Blasco Botin, Marlango de Pomez. At these big angled brush roll tops. The Le Fond du Sport Vaudois. And then the big ditch and brush, the Avenches fence at 20. Rather looks into the bottom of that, but pings it very well. Shows all of the scope, Marlango de Pomez. And interestingly, those two big ditches, because there's a big ditch under that corner, the two ditches come up quite close to one another. And we just saw with Chinakar even and Merrill Blom-Hulsman having a little bit of a look at the first one, and then they do at the second one as well. It's almost the cumulative effect that they have, but Marlango de Pomez is putting in a very, very good round for the Spanish team here. Just the one to go, and it's going to be a pretty quick time as well. So Gonzalo Blasco Botin gives the Spanish team clear round number 3. And this is going to put them in a great position because they've got another very good score to come. Esteban Benitez via Escara GP will be the fourth rider for them. 47.6 in 6th place on the leaderboard. As the next away will be a really key round for Switzerland. Now though, we go to Gert Jan Heinen and Goliath for the Dutch team. This is a horse that has been produced all the way up the levels by Gert. They know each other so well. And a really, really big weekend for them in this Nations Cup competition. Pretty sure it's a Nations Cup debut for him. And so far, making really light work of the track. Mike Etherington-Smith, the course designer here. .33.3 their starting score. That left them inside the top 20 in 20th place. But of course, all change on the leaderboard. And the time is proving to be really, really tough. The quickest round that we have seen is 5.2 time penalties. That is some 13 seconds over the optimum time. That was Raphael Cochet, Difta Deveri. But plenty of people picking up time penalties well into double figures. Really nicely done through the Le Fond du Sport Vaudois at 19A and B. Coming on to the Avenches fence at 20. Take that out of their stride. Then the enormous corner, the direct route there, numbered as 21 and 22. There's a slightly longer alternative where you can jump both 21 and 22 as separately numbered fences. Just an extra jumping effort and a little bit more time. Oh, now that was an exact example of a MIM clip being activated. So you could see how the fence changed shape, the top rail dropped. The safety device was activated because of the force that had been applied to the fence. And actually, you could see the horse's rhythm didn't really change. So the fence absolutely did its job, because by changing shape so quickly, it means that the horse's balance remains much less affected. And while it's really disappointing for Gert to pick up 11 penalties later on in their round, it has still been a very, very good round for them. Not overly experienced at the level. And they come home safe and happy, but that will be 11 penalties. Under international rules, 11 penalties is automatically applied, regardless of any potential outcome. As next away from the start. This is an important round for the Swiss team. The Swiss who took the top spot in the Nations Cup in Bretoni last year, back in May 2022. Roxanne rides Galaxier de Filion, 34.1 their starting score. Ooh, she did well to keep the line there for the second element. The Swiss National Championships taking place here this weekend. Avenches, such a special venue for the Swiss team. Their centre of excellence as such. And the Swiss have been on a really meteoric rise over the last few years. They took the team ticket to Tokyo, actually with a last gasp Nations Cup finish in Buccolo back in 2019 it was. But they didn't need to go down that route this year. They secured their team ticket with a 7th place finish at the World Championships in Bretoni last year. Be very, very special to them, though, to be on the podium here at a home Nations Cup. Just coming to this big corner, really imposing fence. And then she is well on her way home. So the big question is going to be time, which you can already see is clocking up. 0.4 of a penalty for every second over the optimum time. But you can't take anything for granted at this latter stage of the competition. And the Swiss team actually topped the podium here in the Nations Cup 12 months ago. They beat France on that occasion. My goodness. A hairy moment at the last. And actually, you could see there that the table collapsed as well. So that is a new MIM device that has been fairly recently introduced, which actually helps to work in a safety respect as a rail would do, a more vertical upright fence. They've developed the same for tables, and it means that the table collapses. There's a very interesting video, actually, if you go back onto even Badminton Horse Trials, I think did a video this year with course designer Eric Winter explaining exactly how it works. So if you're interested, go and have a look. But essentially, the table collapses in a similar way to how a upright MIM clip would work. And that is, again, 11 penalties to add. So really unfortunate for them, but ultimately the safety device doing its job. But it will be 11 jumping penalties plus time to add for the Swiss team. So away now, it is Robin Erkinger and highlight 9 for Austria, the third of the Austrian team riders. So the Swiss team dropped down into 4th. They'll now be counting the score of Melody Yona and GB Keep Cool de Perche and Galaxier de Filion, Roxane Gonfar become their drop score. France, Belgium, Italy, Switzerland, Spain, the Netherlands, Austria, Great Britain is the team lineup at the moment, but all still to play for. And of course, the jumping will be tomorrow. We will have all of that action live for you on FEI TV, on Clip My Horse. The horses and riders will have presented to the ground jury in the morning for the final horse inspection as well. Easily popping through that combination. Robin Erkinger and highlight 9. As that looks like a hold out on course. You can see the red flag there with the fence judge who's in the high-vis jacket. So that is Robin Erkinger and highlight 9 just being held on course before the Avenches fence at 20. And that, I imagine, is because the final fence, the table, is being rebuilt, having had the safety device activated. The teams are really quick to get on hand with that, but it sometimes does take an extra couple of minutes. As here is Fosco Girardi and Euphorie for the Italian team. The Italians have had a couple of really good rounds cross-country so far. Quick rounds, it should be said, from Evelina Bertoli and Matteo Orlandi. And they've still got Susanna Bordoni, Imperial van der Holtakers left to go, but looking very, very strong at this stage. So this is Robin Erkinger just before he was pulled up on course. Clears that corner, big pat down the neck. And then you can see him coming round the corner to this water. That was actually just after he's been restarted, in fact. So he was only held for a couple of moments. Obviously, the team just needed an extra minute or so to rebuild the final fence. And it's nervous when you've been held out on course and you go to be restarted, particularly towards the end of a round. There's always a few nervous moments. cross-country control team will always try and stop you at a fence that is deemed to be, look how delighted he is, absolutely thrilled with highlight 9, and so he should be, because that was a really, really good clear round, and certainly a very, very good one for the Austrian team as well. You can just see how much it means to the entire teams here. Robin Erkinger and highlight 9. Remember their names, because I'm sure you'll see a lot more of them in the future. But absolutely thrilled to come home safe. Yeah, you're always a little bit unsure when you restart out on course how your horse is going to pick back up. Some horses may never have been held out on course at this stage in their career, even though they're at the very top level. Laura Collett, on her way to winning badminton in 2022 with London 52, was held about 3/4 of the way round, and that's at the 5-star level, and they'd never been held on course in any part of the horse's career, and you don't know how they're going to come back to it. But ultimately, you've got to get back into your rhythm, and that is a very, very good round for the Italian team as well. Fosco Girardi and Eufori give the Italian team clear round number 3. Be interested to see their time when it comes through, because the Italian team are really climbing up towards the leaderboard here. They've got 2 very quick rounds on the board already from Evelina Bertoli and Matteo Orlandi. The time, I imagine, might just take a couple of moments to filter through, given the small hold out on course to Robin Erkinger, so the team on site will check those times. And he looks absolutely thrilled with that. But the Italian team putting in a strong shift in the cross country. And they still have Susanna Bordoni left to go. Now it is the turn of the very talented young lady from Great Britain, Keris Macaulay. And Drumconic Cavalier, owned by Richard Coney. Drumconic Cavalier, 37.3 their dressage in the first phase. And actually head out on course riding without the pressure of the team aspect, because the British team actually only had 3 riders start the competition. Unfortunately, one of their horses wasn't able to start the dressage, which meant that they had to count all 3 scores, and the first rider for the Brits, David Dole, unfortunately retiring out on course. So Keris Macaulay can actually head out there and do the job for herself. Brilliant exposure as part of the Nations Cup team, though. Philip Searle does a wonderful job with the Nations Cup teams for Team GB, as popping through those corners on the one stride very easily. Drumconic Cavalier popped through there very nicely. So Fosco Girardi, time just in 6 minutes 58 seconds. And actually, that's going to see another very, very strong score for the Italian team. Let's give you an update on where the Italian team sit with 3 of their riders. So at the moment, Fosco on a score of 51.2 would be the drop score. He sits in 8th individually. Still a long way to go from that perspective, but definitely one to look out for, and a lot will come down to the final rotation of team riders. Now, the French team, very much in the driving seat here. These are the ones to watch. As now coming forwards, it is Maxime Livio and Joël, this relatively inexperienced horse, stepping up to the level. But Maxime, no stranger to top-level competition. He's a 5-star winner. His 5-star record is actually exceptional. Had that wonderful partnership with Calaudemer. And has some really nice horses in his yard, the likes of Appy de Libert and Caruso Bois Maritain as well, who was top 10 in Kentucky. But this looks like a really exciting young horse for him. Joel, winner at the 3-star long level, top 25 actually, as a young horse with William Nilsson Fryer from Sweden in the 6-year-old World Championships. But back to Cerys Macaulay and Drumconic Cavalier. Cerys, who had a great top 10 finish at Thorsby earlier on this season, and Chatsworth as well, has been in some really good form. Would have been very disappointed that the under-25 class at Bramham didn't totally go the way she would have wanted. But this is a horse they think an enormous amount of. And you can absolutely see why. Flying through the Yenna Water at 18 A and B on the direct route. I think we've seen pretty much everybody go the direct route there so far today. So Cerys Macaulay and Drumconic Cavalier will pick up some time penalties, because 6 minutes 21 seconds is the optimum time. And she's definitely not going to get home in 10 seconds or so from the Avenches. Oh, and unfortunately, just misread the Avenches ditch and hedge and rather jumped into it. And a parting of company for Cerys Macaulay and Drumconic Cavalier. They'll both be checked out by the doctors and the vets on site, but not the way they would have wanted their competition to end. As away from the start is the latest combination to join us, and it's definitely one to watch. It is Julian Vergisvos, Florin 06 for Belgium. Not only are they a big score for the Belgian team on a 28.5 in 4th place overnight, they could really rattle the individual leaderboards. So here is Maxime Livio, Joel. 30.8 Maxime's score, and actually it is 2 of his teammates that sit on top of the clubhouse leaderboard as things stand. Diftervery, Raphael Cochet, the one to beat in the clubhouse, 36.4, ahead of Christopher Cease and Totem de Bressy, 37.5. Top Job Stilisco, Nadjaminda, actually in 3rd at the moment, but still a little way to go. See, the martingale is obviously broken away and is just flapping a little bit between the horse's legs, but he doesn't seem at all worried about it. Sometimes these tech malfunctions do happen. Maxime Livio looks like he's going to be held out on course there. You could just see actually him stopping his watch as the, that is Drumconic Cavalier walking away. Great to see walking away, and actually Cerys up on her feet as well. Brilliant to see. She'll be looked after very, very well by the team on site, but wonderful to see both horse and rider walking off course. And we'll look forward to welcoming them back to Avenches again in the future, we hope. She's a very, very tough cookie, and I'm sure we'll see her on a Nations Cup team for Team GB in the not too distant future. So you can just see Maxime Livio there to the left of your screen. So he has been held at fence 20, the Avenches fence, where unfortunately Cerys had her fall. That would be, I would think, one of the pre-selected stopping fences. So how it works is on a cross-country course, the cross-country control team have some fences that are normally the most straightforward fences, evenly distributed. So you might have one at sort of fence 5, one at fence 10, wherever it may be, wherever the sort of the more straightforward obstacles would be. And they are pre-selected by the control team, by all of the officials on site, as to if there is a hold out on course and if there is a requirement to hold horses, that wherever possible, those fences are used. So every fence judge is trained in the stopping procedure, but those fences will always be the ones that they try and hold horses at. So Maxime Livio, you can see actually he's had the opportunity to take that martingale that was broken off the horse, because when you're held on course, you are essentially out of the competition. And so this hold, I think, will only just be a few minutes because the course already looked to be pretty clear. They're just making sure that it is clear now. But if you're held on course, you're effectively out of the competition. So you can have a drink, you can dismount, you could untack your horse if it was going to be a very lengthy hold. And if that's the case, you can chat to your support team. The horse can have some water. There's always welfare spots for all of the horses out on course as well. So Maxime Livio in very safe hands. And actually, next away, Julian Vergesfoss, Florin 06. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually let him run past the hold on course. So if needed, they'll obviously hold him, but if the course is clear, they could well let him run past Maxime Livio and Joël. So they've only interrupted the one round cross country, and then when it is safe to do so, they will restart Maxime Livio. We'll watch this space because he would be held very shortly if he is going to be held on course. But the cross country control team, all of the officials, unbelievably experienced, and they're well versed in making sure that this procedure is as safe and as effective as it possibly can be. And Julian on that score of 28.5 in a really competitive position. And a fast round here would certainly do the Belgians no harm at all either. So, no, he has been held on course. Okay, so you can see there the officials flagging him down. And he will be checking his watch, making sure that he's happy with the time that he's been held for out on course. That time gets communicated back to the cross-country control team. There are safeguarding measures in place, but essentially for every horse approaching every fence on a cross-country course, the fence judge actually takes a time for them. So it is usually at some sort of marker about 50, 75 yards away from their fence that isn't going to move throughout the day. So that could be another fence, it could be a landmark like a tree. And basically, when a horse approaches their fence, they take that time for every single horse out on course. If they are then required to stop a horse out on course, they are then taking the time as they go past that fence at full competition speed. Then they flag the horse down. Once they've flagged the horse down, the horse is held on course, effectively out of the competition. And look, it looks like Maxime Livio is actually being restarted. That was him just flashing past in front of us. So Maxime gets his round back underway. And when he is able to get his round back underway, he's actually sent back up the course past the timing marker, which the fence judge will have pointed out, and will be sent past at full competition speed once again. So a second time can be taken. And that's obviously what has happened here. So Maxime Livio, a short hold just while Keris Macaulay was attended to after that fall. Oh, big jump at the Avenches ditch and hedge. And Joël pops through there very nicely. Maxime can kick on towards home now. And sometimes a hold on course can allow a horse to just refill his lungs, but it's also not ideal in so much as the lactic acid obviously builds up. The same as if we go for a very long run, stop and then go to restart again, it can feel a little bit more difficult. But these riders are top level athletes. They know their horses so well, and ultimately they know exactly how to manage situations such as this. And Maxime Livio comes down to the final fence and pops it very nicely. And what a superstar this horse looks to be for the future for France. Maxime Livio and Joël putting in a really, really good cross-country round. Their time will probably take a few moments to come through because the held time will need to be calculated. But 30.8 was their starting score, and it is clear round number 3 for the French team. Julian Vergesfoss also back underway. He was held briefly out on course with Florin 06 as well. This ditch and hedge, the Avenches fence at 20. Big jump over that. And a really direct line at the corner as well. So the Belgians and the French are certainly two of the teams going head to head here. I think Maxime Livio's brilliant cross-country round has probably given the French a very, very strong position going into the jumping tomorrow, and they've still got one rider left to go as well. But Julian Vergefoss and Florin 06 coming towards the end of their round. The Belgian team have been so consistent this year, and they've used a real variety of riders as well. Brilliant to see Julian taking his chance, and you can see just what that means. What a performance. And he is home safely. Clear jumping round for Florin 06. The big question will be the time. We'll come back to that as soon as it is updated. Now away, Escara GP, Esteban Benitez Villa, the last to go for the Spanish team. All of the team riders coming forward first, and then we'll turn our attentions to the individual riders, which will also see Fuad Merza, Signor Medicot, the overnight leaders, a little bit later on. Popping through the coffin at 4. Esteban Benitez Villa. That hedge, the first of the Potter's hedges at 6, is absolutely enormous. Real traditional fence. And we've seen both 4 and 5 strides then going to the second element. You can't disrespect that triple brush. There's not a huge amount to aim at. Pops through there very well. So this was actually a few moments ago. Esteban heading out of the start box, and it's quite a nice start to this track actually, because Mike Etherington-Smith has set the start box quite a way back from the first fence. So they get the opportunity to just settle into their rhythm for a couple of moments. Still waiting for those times to come through. So if you are just tuning in to us here in Avenches, a very, very warm welcome to Switzerland. Brilliant competition we've enjoyed so far. And still lots more to bring you. The final rotation of team riders just about to head out on course. Those big corners, 10A and B, the atrium corners on the one stride. Pops through there very nicely. Esteban Benitez Villa. As away goes Janneke Boonskaya. Janneke and I'm Special N, 36.7. Aiming to be a counting score for the Dutch team, who've actually just dropped down the leaderboard slightly. Had a couple of jumping penalties cross country, so they could really do with a good score here to count. At the moment, we're still waiting for the time in for Maxime Livio and for Julian Vergefoss, after they were both held out on course. But the clubhouse leader without them is Raphael Cochet Difter de Verdi. Janneke Boonskaya, ACSA Champ de Soleure, who's been so impressive so far this season on a comeback, having had a bit of time off. Went brilliantly at Babarithco to win the long format 4-star there, and then also was part of the Dutch team who were atop the podium in Stragom. Esteban Benitez Villa, the final rider for the Spanish team, on a score of 31.9. He was in a pretty competitive place individually as well, 11th after dressage. And as we know, the time has been enormously influential, so all to play for cross country. The Spanish team actually in a pretty strong position here. They've got 2 solid scores from Francisco Galvino Gonzalez, Ultrasource del Cerro, and also Gonzalo Blasco Botin, Marlango de Pomers. So a good fast clear here from Esteban will certainly not do them any harm at all. And he can really push on now. Going to the Le Fond du Sport Vaudois combination. It's 19 A and B. Pops through there very nicely. Relatively straightforward fences. They're big enough and they come off a fairly sharp turn. Almost a bit of a speed bump. Oh, another slightly uncomfortable jump at the Avenches ditch and hedge at 20. But Esteban Benitez Vaya and Escara GP have cleared it, and they come on now to the Jena Water at 20. Over the 2 boats. Had to work for those 2 strides, but they came up for him. Just refreshing those scores to see if we have times yet for Maxime Livio, Julian Vergesvoss, and we don't, so we'll update you with those as soon as they come through. Felix Vogue is away from the start. Deo Delosien as through the finish. Esteban Benitez Vaya, and a really exciting horse for the Spanish team. Escara GP have completed 45.5. There we go, ran in 6 minutes 55. The optimum time 6 minutes 21. And Big Pats, good for the Spanish team actually. They've had 4 really good clear rounds cross country. As we go back to catch up on the start of the round of Janneke Boonskaya and I'm Special N. Janneke, who represented the Netherlands at the Tokyo Olympic Games, but also at the European Championships here in Avenches, actually, back in 2021. Oh, a really uncomfortable jump, but very clever footwork from I'm Special N, just to make sure they didn't touch the corner and activate any safety device. Very, very clever footwork. As Janneke Boonskaya on that score of 36.7 for the Dutch team. Comes to the Jena pond. Goes the direct route. Again, as I said, most horses have gone that route. Haven't seen anybody take the slightly longer alternative. And actually not hanging around, Janneke. She's down on the clock, but certainly quicker than some that we've seen. Pops through there very nicely. And is quickly away. So let's just remind ourselves of how the leaderboard looks at the moment. We're still to see our overnight leader from the dressage, Signor Medicott, Fuad Mirza for India. He'll be out on course a little bit later on. The clubhouse leader of those that have been cross-country is Difter de Very, Raphael Cochet, 36.4, ahead of Christopher Cease, Totem de Bressy, 37.5. Just waiting on a couple of times to come in for a couple of riders inside the top 10 who could certainly be very influential and will give us a real picture in terms of the team leaderboard as well. But looks at the minute like it is Team France very much in the driving seat ahead of the Belgian team. So Janneke Boonskaya, the fourth and final rider for the Dutch team, heads towards the end of her round and just takes a pull before the last. Pops over it very nicely and completes. And that is a good clear round for the Dutch squad. One that they needed, that had a couple of jumping penalties previously. 50.7 is their total score. And they still have... that was their last rider, in fact. So a total score for them, 167.8. They will be 6th at worst going forward to tomorrow. Now, this is certainly one to watch, because for Switzerland, Felix Vogt goes away from the start with Deo de Lausian. This is a horse that is currently actually sitting in second place after dressage. Felix, who won the Swiss National Championships back in 2020 with his great partner Calero, also has KN, who sits in individual third place after dressage, to come a little bit later on. Deo de Lausian, 10-year-olds by Canaan, owned by the Deo de Lausian Syndicate. Wouldn't be overly experienced at the 4-star level. Only one previous run. That was in Marbach in the 4-star short a little bit earlier on this year. But finished 4th there behind some very good company, including Michael Young's Fisher Chipmunk FRH, who won the class. And Felix certainly is not hanging around. This is going to be a really, really important cross-country round to watch. On that score, remember, 26.2. Gets an absolute flyer at the Avenches fence at 20. And he saw a stride there, an absolute mile away. 6 minutes, 21 seconds, remember, the optimum time. The quickest we've seen is 13 seconds over. He's not going to be that quick, but he's not going to be a million miles away. And actually, the horse was really careful for him then. Finishing full of running, looking very confident. Felix Vogt is about to set a real target here. The time penalties are going to start to clock up, but he's only got the last to go. Deo de Lausian, Felix Vogt, looking to take control of the Swiss National Championship class. And he comes through the finish. Quick check of his clock. And he should have done enough to stay in front of the clubhouse leaders as things stand at the moment. Looking to be 6.4 time penalties, 32.6. He is the one to beat. Felix Vogt, Deo de Lausian. And he can only beat himself overnight in terms of the Swiss National Championships. So he will definitely lead that class going into tomorrow's show jumping phase. But what an exciting prospect Deo de Lausian looks for Felix Vogt. All of the ingredients are certainly there. And we'll look forward to seeing them in the jumping tomorrow. Now it is the turn of Leah Siegel, Cupido P. 29.9 her dressage. Do not look away from this ladies cross-country round. She's twice a winner in Nations Cup classes so far this year. She won in Montelibretti with DSP Fighting Line. She won in Stragom with Van Helsing P. My goodness, could she win here? A third leg on a third different horse? You wouldn't put it past her. She's a very, very talented jockey. And she's certainly set out like she means business. So, Cupido P, Leah Siegel for the Austrian team. Down the slide. Takes her time to make sure she's got a line to that second element. Cupido P looks to have taken a pretty strong hold, it should be said. But pops through the Jena water at 18 very nicely. So let's just refresh the team competition as things stand. Still waiting on the times for Maxime Livio and Julian Vergesvoss. It is 32.6. That is the clubhouse leader. That's Felix Vogue and Deo Delosien. Leah Siegel can be 6 seconds over the time, but not 7. So would have to be by far the fastest round that we have seen. And just interestingly, Cupido P really fast, but just taking a little bit of time to set up for each fence. So she's not going to take over the very, very top spot. But it's still going to be a very good round if she can keep this up over the last couple of fences. Leah Siegel, Cupido P for the Austrian team. Will have a few time penalties, but just the one to go. As she comes round to the final fence, the finale at the 26th. And pops that very well, comes through the finish, stops her clock, and I think she'll feel the arms tonight. Cupido P giving her quite the workout. 41.5 into 5th on the leaderboard as things stand. Now away from the start, Susanna Bordoni and Imperial van der Holtakers. 32.1 in 14th position coming forwards. Hugely experienced combination, represented Italy and Protoni last year. And one would imagine we could well see them again in Harada at the European Championships in France in a few weeks' time. Cleverly through the combination at 4A, B and C. And that angled brush shoulder at the bottom of the slide proves absolutely no problem for them as well. So Susanna Bordoni, the Italian team have put in a really strong performance here actually, and a fast clear would certainly see them well in the mix going into the show jumping tomorrow. They could do with counting a good quick clear from Susanna. It's France, Belgium, Switzerland, Italy as things stand at the moment. Still waiting for confirmation on a couple of times. So could all change, but she'll be around 30 seconds down on the clock, I think, at this stage. I need about a minute and a half to get home from here. 6 minutes 21, remember the optimum time. Felix Vogue, Deo Delosien, the clubhouse leader, 32.6. Still a few to come that could go ahead of him, but we've yet to see anybody achieve that optimum time. 13 seconds over is by far the fastest that we've had. Time proving to be really influential over Mike Etherington Smith's cross-country track. And very quickly through that final water. So 2 jumping efforts remaining. Susanna Bordoni, Imperial van der Holtakers just coming to the final fence. It's been a good round from the final Italian team member, and she pings the last 2 complete. Be interesting to see her time when it does come through. 6 minutes 49. 43.3 is her total score, so it will certainly be a counting score for the Italian team. And actually the Italian team now locked in on 139.4. So now we our our attentions to Hector Payne and Dynasty for Great Britain, the final combination for Team GB, looking for their first completion. And this combination would be the most experienced, certainly one of the most experienced in the field, it should be said as well. They were podium finishers in Les Étoiles de Pau at the back end of last year. And Dynasty taking charge through the coffin, went on the 1 and the 2 strides. Hector not hanging around at the early part of the round, it should be said. He would have been, I think, fair to say, slightly disappointed with his dressage test yesterday. 36.8 was his score, but a couple of uncharacteristic errors meant that the score was pulled down a little bit. But he's certainly set out like he means business here. And he is pushing for the time. Hector, who's taken a good number of horses over to Avenches this week, looking to give them some really good experience. And actually sits in a podium position with Charlie Foxtrot in the 3-star short format behind 2 very experienced 4-star horses. So, ooh, slightly hairy jump at the Avenches steeplechase fence. Hector rather hailed a cab, but they've put it behind them. Hector, really talented jockey. And Dynasty just showing his carefulness there going into the water, because didn't want to risk having that pin. But my goodness, look at the time. Hector Payne is absolutely flying. He's not going to make the time, but he's going to be the fastest that we've seen, I think. He's just got to make sure he jumps the last and keeps himself safe. Not going to take any chances, but he comes home safely, and it is a clear round for Hector Payne and Dynasty. A very good clear round at that, and that is going to put them right in the mix tomorrow. My goodness me. Just 9 seconds, 11 seconds, in fact, over the time. 41.2. It is the fastest round of the day, and Hector Payne and Dynasty go into 5th on the leaderboard. Now, what can the final rider from France do? It is Mathieu Lemoine. Mathieu comes forwards with Flamenco de Tael on a score of 35.0. Again, another pretty inexperienced horse at the 4-star level. Mathieu, very experienced, was part of the French team who took team gold at the Rio Olympic Games. And a French team that was on the podium, I think, actually at the Blair Castle European Championships the year before that as well. Had that wonderful partnership with Bartel. The 3 French riders that we've seen so far have all put in clear rounds cross country. Still waiting on a time for Maxime Livio and Joël, but it should be, even without Mathieu Lemoine's time and score cross country, good enough to see the French leading the Nations Cup going into tomorrow's show jumping. But they'd dearly love another good 4th score on the board. The French looking very strong as they head into a home European Championships in a few weeks' time. 35.0, remember. Flamenco de Tael. A fast clear here could see him go into 2nd on the clubhouse leaderboard. The leader at the moment, Felix Vogue and Deo de Locion. Pop really nicely through the combination. The Le Fond du Sport Vaudois at 19A and B. As he comes down to this Avenches fence at 20. Pops over it very easily. It's been one that certainly caused a few heart-stopping moments today. But actually, Mathieu popped in out of his stride. So the time penalties are already clocking up. 0.4 of a penalty for every second over the optimum. But it's been a good round from this combination. It's got to work quite hard for the 3 strides through that final water. And then the last as well. But it should be a solid 4th score for Team France. As he comes down to the final fence, Mathieu Lemoine and Flamenco de Tael complete. And they are safely through the finish. So we'll wait for confirmation. Ran in 7 minutes and 9:54.2 into the top 20. And he looks really, really pleased with that. And so he should, because an inexperienced horse at the level. And certainly looks like one to watch for the future. Next away, it is Lara de Liederkerke and Huni Darville. Lara comes forward on 33.3. Inside the top 20 after dressage, but my goodness, I mean, she's moved up well inside the top 10, given the time penalties having their impact on the leaderboard. So a fast clear would see her go second on the leaderboard. But so most importantly, it's a big round for the Belgian team because they want to put the pressure on France, and they could really do with counting Lara's score to be able to help them do it. So she's been a massive, massive part of the Belgian efforts throughout this Nations Cup campaign so far. And Huni Darville, a horse that they actually bred at home. She's out of Nooney Blue, which was the horse that Lara rode at the Young Rider European Championships, took her to her first senior European Championships as well. Unbelievably special story. And what a thrill to be producing a young horse up the levels that you've been involved in from the very, very beginning. So, Lara de Liederkerke, Huni Darville coming to the final water. Again, the time penalties are going to play their part. 0.4 of a penalty for every second over 6 minutes and 21. Really careful in front at those rails. A lovely expression on this horse's face. Very much looking for what's coming next. And she's just got the final fence. So, Huni Darville and Lara de Liederkerke come towards the last, which they pop it really well. She looks very, very pleased with that. Safely through the finish and a good clear round for the Belgian team. I have a feeling that the time penalties, there we go, 45.7. So it's going to drop her down into 10th place as things stand, 12.4 time penalties. But it is going to open the door a little bit for France in the Nations Cup team standings slightly. Belgium will go on to a score of 116.9. We're waiting on a score still for Maxime Livio and for Julian Vergesvos. So that is going to affect both the French and the Belgian team scores. But one would imagine they're going to be pretty similar. So we could well see France leading by a couple of fences going into the show jumping tomorrow. But we'll wait for official confirmation of that. Here is Nadia Minda and Akila B. Akila B, 19 years of age now. Still absolutely adores the job. 36.6 their score coming forwards. And she is not hanging around either. Nadia, who sits in a competitive position with Top Jobs Jalisco, who we saw a little bit earlier on, sits in 4th on the live leaderboard as things stand. Picked up 5.6 time penalties with Jalisco. who is actually her ride in the Swiss National Championships. Just setting up for this final water, and got in quite tight to the rail and just took it out. So the MIM clip has been activated, and when a fence deforms in that way, that means it will be an automatic 11 penalties. So Najaminda and Akila B will have 11 penalties to add. They're going to be pretty close to the time. I think this is going to be the fastest round that we've seen, to be honest. They come round to the final fence, and they clear it. So through the finish, and their time is going to be 2 seconds over the Optimum, by far the fastest, 0.8 to add, but still 11 penalties as well from jumping perspective. So Najaminda and Akila B complete. Just getting news in, Alberta Hermoso Faris goes away from the start box. Albert Hermoso Faris, keen about Wonderland Z, riding as individuals for Spain. Oh, and unfortunately, parting company at fence 6, rather paddled all over the big hedge and couldn't stay in the plate. Good to see both horse and rider walking away. The team very quickly on hand to give them some attention, but unfortunately not their day. Chiara Ortin and Urban Legend Blues for France now, 32.1. This is a combination that represented France coming up through the age group classes. Young rider and junior Europeans. Such an incredible achievement when that horse that you've produced all the way up through juniors, young riders, then takes you up to the 4 and 5 star level. Chiara on that score of 32.1. This was her starting out on course a few moments ago, and as we said a little bit earlier on, the first fence is situated a good distance from the start box actually, and it really allows horses to just get into their rhythm. Clever footwork going on the 2 and the 3 strides at 4. As if you're just tuning in, the team riders have now concluded. So Felix Vogt de L'Ocean is the clubhouse leader in terms of the individual standings, 32.6. He'll be no worse than 10th overnight. But the time is proving to be really, really tough out there. Nobody's made it yet. Difta de Verdi, Raphael Cochet, 36.4, currently sits in second. 37.5, Christopher Cease, Totem de Bressy sits in third. But yet to see our overnight leader, Fuad Mirza, Signor Medicot. So now we turn our attentions to Mattia Luciani, Cancellato. Very quickly over big hedge at the second. Cancellato, 11-year-old, owned by the Silver Oak Real Estate Company. Amazing scope from Cancellato there. Found the 1 stride and the 2 stride distance a little bit short even. And we've seen all sorts there from 2 and 2, 2 and 3. But just bags and bags of scope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does actually wait for the 5 strides there. It's interesting. The 4 is quite forward. And you can just run into a bit of bother if you over jump the hedge perhaps. Mathieu just playing it a little bit safe, stuck to his game plan. As Chiara Autain and Urban Legend Blues comes back onto the main race course. Incredible facilities here in Avenches. The Institut Equestrian National Avenches, the headquarters essentially. Do a lot of work with the high performance squads here. It's a very prolific race course as well. Has incredible facilities, including permanent stabling. Urban Legend Blues. Comes to the Jena pond. Pops through there on the direct line. Nice pat down the neck. And again, jumps through those roll tops with brush on the top very easily at 19. Mike Etherington-Smith, the cross-country course designer here in Avenches. As Chiara jumps the big corner. That is actually numbered 21 and 22, so there's a slightly longer alternative which would see you jump 2 jumping efforts. Taking the direct line. And then fitting 3 strides in actually between those boats coming out of the water. Just the one to go. Chiara Autain, Urban Legend Blues, coming towards home here in Avenches. It's been a good round cross country. And she pops the last and goes on to complete. So 7 minutes and 7 seconds. That gives them a total score of 50.5, and they go inside the top 15. And we will, of course, bring you all of the show jumping live tomorrow on FEI.tv and on Clip My Horse. As the competition concludes, all of the horses will have also gone to a final horse inspection tomorrow morning in front of the ground jury to make sure that they are fit and well enough to continue. Horse welfare always the utmost priority. And we're very fortunate to have a wonderful, wonderful team backing up the network of incredible international events that we see on the calendar. So this is Matteo Luciani. Oh, and he just ran straight down, actually, past the bottom. And I wonder if he's had a small tack malfunction, because he's holding on to his left rein and the right rein looks to have disappeared. And that is a real shame. You can see that he just pulled the horse out to the left. The right rein just disappeared, I think, completely. You can see it snapped just the far side of his bridle. And really impressive horsemanship. Pulls the horse up, and unfortunately their day ends early, but I'm sure we'll see them again soon. And good to see no problems because of that. So Matteo Luciani, Cancellato have come home, and unfortunately an unscheduled dismount for Sana de Jong and Jersey MBF, who has taken himself off onto the racetrack. Sana back up on her feet, and we'll have a quick turnaround actually, because we'll have Yareli MBF. There's Andy Heffernan, the Dutch chef de keep, quickly on hand, and good to see her okay after that parting of company. And they'll have a quick trip back to the stables, and she'll be checked out by the medics, but looks like we'll probably see her a little bit later on with her final horse as well. Andy Heffernan, who's been instrumental in the Dutch eventing efforts over the last few years, as part of the Dutch team that took team bronze in Caen. And rather stepped down from sort of top-level international competition himself in the last couple of years to focus on his coaching, based at Somerford Park Farm in Cheshire, in England, with wife Millie. But has actually got a couple of really, really nice horses at the 4-star level. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see him back on a championship team at some point in the not too distant future himself, because the results have certainly been coming. Won a very competitive 4-star at Aston Le Wolds a few weeks ago. Had a great top 10 finish at Mill Street in the Nations Cup leg there as well. So certainly one to look out for. But Sana de Jong, Jersey MBF, unfortunately their day ended early. So we've got a small hold out on course. Next to go will be Pietro Maialino, who just making his final efforts down at the start box. Pietro going under starter's orders. And actually the start box is probably about a 5-minute walk from the cross-country warm-up area. So it's a tricky one in so much as actually you have to make sure you've got all your timings correct. You've got to make sure you leave the appropriate amount of time to get down to the start box. There is, I think, a show jump down at the start box for riders just to have a final jump over should they so wish. But just a few moments pause. Pietro Maialino being counted down, allowed to walk through the start box before he comes back under starter's orders. And the starter will, generally speaking, give you a 2-minute warning, 1-minute warning. So 60 seconds will give you 30 seconds, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and off you go. And it's really important as a rider that you've got the plan in your mind as to what you do down at the start box and what works for you and what works for your horse. So some riders can go and stand in the start box and prepare to go as the starter says go. Others have to time their walk through. Some horses prefer to be led into the start box. Tom McEwen, the individual silver medalist from Tokyo, has a horse actually that he mounts in the start box. No pressure to his groom and team that are in charge of making sure he gets a leg up at the right time, but it works for them and you've got to find what works for you. So let's focus our attentions on Pietro Maialino and Ferrandal de Mira. 35.6 their score coming forward in 35th place after the dressage. Quickly away over the first three. The big enough fences, the first three fences actually. Mike Etherington Smith has not scrimped on the dimensions of some of these obstacles. The wonderful turf of the racetrack. Really nicely done through that coffin. And a lovely pat down the horse's neck as well. Just giving the horse a really good bit of confidence. And it's so important that these horses feel that confidence as well as they go around the course. It's such a partnership. Sometimes you need your rider to help you out. Other times you need the horse to just give you a helping hand. But Ferrandal de Mira looking really confident at this early stage. It's a horse actually that was selected for the Young Horse World Championships in Le Lion d'Angers last year. Didn't actually get to go. But only an 8-year-old, this mare. So wouldn't have a huge amount of experience at all at this sort of level. In fact, I think it's a debut at the level. She's by Upsilon, Thomas Carlyle's wonderful grey stallion, who very, very sadly passed away a little bit earlier on this year. But they take the flag, but big jump at the corner, down at the bottom of the bank. at 8. Coming back over the training tracks. Firandel Demira just heads into the middle section of the course, as next away will be Andrea Cincinnati and Cecilia Laz. Andrea comes forward on a score of 35.5. The grease on the horse's legs just designed to help them glide over a fence should they catch themselves at any time. Easily clear over the first two. Really nice inviting fences to get their round underway. So if you're just tuning in here, then a very, very warm welcome to you, as we've just got some times in for Maxime Livio with Joël. 10.8 time penalties. He goes 7th on 41.6, and Vuta de Clean Quintera is just behind him. Just waiting on the time. Here we go. Julian Vergesfoss, Florin 06, 16.4 time penalty, so 44.9. That means we can give you the team standings. And actually, it means that France are at the top of the pile, 115.5, ahead of Switzerland, 126.0, Belgium, 133.3, and then Italy 139.4. Then it's Spain, the Netherlands, Austria, Great Britain. Austria and Great Britain both a little bit further back. Everybody else 155 or less. So all to play for in the team competition tomorrow, but it is France in the driving seat there. And it is Deo de Lucien, Felix Vogue currently in the driving seat here as well, because 32.6 is the target. He will be 5th at worst overnight. Still plenty of horses to go that can challenge that leaderboard. Yet to see anybody achieve the optimum time. 6 minutes and 21 seconds. Pietro Maialino, Firandel Demira. Really lovely stamp of a horse. Stepping up to the level for the first time, but it has some good results at the 3-star level, including finishing 2nd in Pretoni in the 3-star back at the beginning of June. Good number of top 10 placings at the 3-star long level 2, and very boldly into the water. The time is certainly going to give them some penalties, but only an 8-year-old. As down in the bottom right screen, Carla Bruna and Brockwood Super Sable are just starting their round. We'll come to them in a short while. Firandel Demira comes to the Avenches fence at 20. You see those time penalties clocking up. A little bit of an inexperienced jump there, perhaps, but showed all of her scope. And actually looks like he's just elected to take the longer route here. So this is the first opportunity we've had for a little while. I think maybe only the second person to do this. Of you take the roll top and then you swing right-handed round to the trachea. So it does take a little bit more time. They're separately numbered fences. So the corner on the direct route is actually 21 and 22. So just an extra jumping effort and a little bit more distance, but perhaps just felt that because she was a little bit green over the big ditch and brush, that he wanted to give her a really good experience. And it's not about the time today, it's about the experience for the future. And certainly she looks like a really, really smart young mare. And just the last to go. So they come down to the final fence and pops it very nicely. So Firandel Demira And Pietro Maialino complete big pats, and you just saw him there actually unclip his air jacket. So the air jackets that a lot of riders wear these days, attached to a point on the saddle, and when activated they blow up and go off. Some of them go off with a little bit of a bang, but really help prevent any injury. But always good to remember to make sure you unclip yourself before you dismount, otherwise you get an unscheduled shock and a quite expensive air canister bill. So back to our latest starter, which was Andrea Cincinnati and Cecilia Ladd, number 98, coming forward on 35.5. Coming to the Yenna Water, it's another 8-year-old Irish bred by Tolan R. Only recently stepped up to the 4-star level, jumped clear cross country on their debut at Kronenberg back at the beginning of June. Had some good placings at the 3-star level previously. And a big jump over the ditch and hedge. And another, funnily enough, like buses. Don't see one for ages taking the long route. Then 2 come along at once. Just electing to take the slightly longer alternative, but pops through it very nicely. Just that extra jumping effort and the time it takes. Oh, and unfortunately, slight miscommunication in terms of where they were going. I think he thought maybe he was going the wrong way. Got a little bit disorientated perhaps with the long route, I'm not sure. But unfortunately, that meant that he left the string. Now he can get back in and continue. And managed to hold on very tight as well, actually, because I thought gravity was going to take over. Here is our latest starter. It is Carla Bruna, Brookwood Super Sable. Very quickly over some of the early questions on course. And unfortunately, she didn't have the line that she wanted jumping over the big hedge. You could see she was just sort of fighting the horse for the distance. And unfortunately, they just glance off to the right-hand side. So she can come round to represent. But that's a frustrating 20 penalties for her. There we go, come round to represent the same. He gets it this time. Carla Bruna. Brookwood Super Sable very quickly away. And on now to the PMU Oxer at 17. Big white Oxer again on frangible device. We've seen a few of those activated actually throughout the day. Going the direct route at the Yenna Pond. Easily through those 2 roll top brushes. Carla Bruna, Brookwood Super Sable, goes on to the Avenches steeplechase fence. The big ditch and brush. Really galloping down to that. Horse clever. The footwork beforehand and going the direct route at that big ditch corner. very quickly to the final water. And just had a slight loss of balance, actually, before the first of those boats. But the horse did a really good job, picked up, and the 2 strides came up for her. And she just has the last to go. So the final fence, they've cleared the tester's wine bar at 25. And then goes on to the finale. Clears it well and through the finish to complete. So home safely, Carla Bruna, Brookwood Super Stable, 83.2 for them. The Swiss National Championships is taking place here in Avenches this weekend as well. The highest placed Swiss rider. And at the moment, it will definitely be Felix Vogue who leads that going into tomorrow. Whether it be on Deo de l'Océan or whether it be on Cayenne, though, remains to be seen, because Cayenne's still to go cross country. This is Elodie Sautenay and Fendi P. Elodie on a very competitive starting score, in fact. It should be said, could really rattle the top of the leaderboard here on 32.1. Can be 1 second over the time to go ahead of Felix Vogue, Deo de l'Océan. But of course, the cross-country time here has certainly played its part. It's been very influential. Nobody has been as quick as 1 second over the time. Najaminda, actually, Akila B with the fastest, 2 seconds over. But other than that, I think the next fastest was about 13 seconds. So certainly been an influential day in the office. Elodie Sautenay comes to the inner water. I thought for a second might just duck out the side door, but not at all. Stays straight. Fendi P, 13 years of age, by Diorado, owned by LD alongside Marc Saumon. Combination actually finished clear and in 12th place in Sopots in the 4-star short. They're on their debut at the level. Stand a mile off the big ditch and brush, but clear it very well. And just slightly awkward jump, but clear of the big corner that follows. The Levoideau's Assurance's corner. It's going to be plenty of time penalties adding to their score. You can see 0.4 of a penalty for every second over does really clock up quite quickly as she heads on towards the final fence. It's been a very good round from this young lady, though, and I think she'll be pretty pleased with it as well. Won't be overly experienced at the level. And pops the last to come home safely, and that is exactly what it means. What a brilliant cross-country round from Elodie Sautenay, and she is absolutely delighted with Fendi P. Clear cross-country just a few time to add. 58.9 will be just outside the top 25 overnight, but she comes home safely. And it is a clear cross-country round on her record. So away from the start now. We catch up with Jasper Peters. Jasper comes forward with Jackass PK. On a competitive starting score of 32.4. Had a brilliant, oh, goodness me, ran right into the bottom of that set of white rails, but the horse was very clever, got his feet out the way, didn't have any danger of activating the frangible device because didn't touch it. Had rather legs all over the second element of the inner water, but they went between the flags. Jasper Peters rides for Belgium, competing as an individual here. Belgium in a podium position going into the show jumping tomorrow. Jackass PK owned by Danny Peters by Cecandino. 14 years of age. Top 10 in the 4-star long format in Kronenberg a few weeks ago. Sets up for those two boats, pops through them really nicely in the water. So he's heading on towards home now. The time penalties have started to clock up, but it's been a good clear round for him. And certainly just the final fence stands between him and the Finnish flags. Pops the last and is home safely. So will be a few time penalties, but a good clear round cross country for Jasper Peters and Jackass PK. Right, 50.0 into the top 20. Let's take a look at just how the leaderboard is shaping up. So the clubhouse leader at the moment, Felix Vogue, Deo de Lucien, 32.6. He'll be no worse than third overnight. Only 2 people can go ahead of him, himself being one of them. So actually Felix will be no worse than second. Then you've got Difter de Verre, Raphael Cochet, 36.4. And Totem de Bressy, Christopher Cease, 37.5. So they're the top 3 as things stand. We've still got our overnight leader after dressage, Signor Medicant, Fuad Mertzer, left to go, 25.5 his score. And he'll be heading out on course in around 8 or so horses' time. Now, though, we turn our attentions to Thibaut Champel, Caristo de Belafont, really nicely through the Yana Water and quickly away, actually. 35.6 was his score coming forwards. Well, any dressage score that's fast now, you're going to be well in the mix, to be honest. Pops through there very nicely. Coming to the big corner. Ooh, rather slithered their way over it. But they were clear. Thibaut now can set up for the final water. The last of the 3 waters out on course. Sees a really forward distance through there. Pops through it very nicely. And just has the 1 to go. So Thibaut Champel, it's been a good round with Caristo de Belafont. And he heads towards the final fence. .46, so just outside the top 10, goes into 12th as things stand at the moment. As away from the start goes Melody Yona, Cepage de Fay. Ooh, and activates the device at 4A. I have a feeling Melody Yona actually activated that device on her first horse as well. Double check. She did. GB Keep Cool de Perche. Really frustrating for her, but safety devices there for a reason, and that they're able to continue on. It will just be 11 penalties to add to their score. Melody, who has that brilliant partnership with Tuble de Rouet. some really nice horses coming in as well. Actually, Tuble de Rouet selected for the Swiss team for Pratoni last year, and that helped them gain their Paris ticket, Switzerland. So they go to the European Championships already qualified, and Amaldi once again part of that Swiss team that will be heading to Haradapan for the Europeans, either with Tuble de Rouet or GB Keep Cool de Perche, who we saw a little bit earlier on this morning. Big pats for this horse, though, as she comes away from the water. Sapage de Fate looking really confident through those combination 19A and B. The direct route there has certainly been the most popular. Seen 3 or 4 horses perhaps go the longer alternative, but definitely most have elected to stay straight, save the time, save the additional jumping effort as well. Nicely done through there. So just the one to go. Meldiona and Sapage de Fay come down to the final fence. And they pop it very easily and come home with 11 penalties plus a few time penalties to add to their total score. But the horse still looking full of running. Sapage de Fay 62.7 inside the top 30. Now let's just remind you of how that Swiss National Championships is shaping up. Because it's a real honour, isn't it, to be your own country's national champion. And it is actually Felix Vogue who leads the way, 32.6. Deo de l'Océan, the horse that he elected to compete in the Swiss National Championship. You can only ride one horse. So even though he has KN still to go, actually Deo de l'Océan, the only horse competing in the Swiss National Championship. So he leads. Head of at the moment, Nadjaminda, Top Jobs, Jalisco, but Robin Godell still to come and could go into the mix as well, Global DHI. Now the turn of Martina Kristen and a Crispy 20. Took a little bit of persuading to leave the start box, Crispy 20. Just, it's quite exciting. A lot of anticipation and pressure down in the start box in those moments before the starter says go. And I think as they come round to the water, the Yenna water, pop through there very nicely. Swings round behind the beautifully carved animals. And Crispy 20, no problem at all at that fence. Good to see lots of crowds here enjoying the sunshine, enjoying all of the eventing action. Fun for all of the family. As Martina gets a great big shot at that corner. You can see the ground on landing really does drop away. A fence that would give you some feeling, I imagine. very quickly through the water. So just 2 jumping efforts remaining. And just has the last to go now. It's been a really good round from them. Martina, Kristin, Crispy 20 come to the last. They pop it very well and safely through the finish flag. So there'll be a few time penalties, but she looks absolutely delighted. And so she should be, because no jumping penalties to add to their score. And she finishes on a score of 61.0. So goes into 29th place as things stand at the moment. Big pats for Crispy 20. As next away from the start, it is Elisa Vincenti and Herminia. Pop through the combination at 6. Ooh, slightly sticky jump actually coming off the bank. And interestingly, Alex immediately to pop her hand up and save the horse for another occasion. Just didn't feel things were going their way today. And sometimes you just have to trust your gut. Discretion the better part of valour, as they say. And Elisa Vincenti, Herminia, not their day today, but I'm sure we'll see them again soon. Which means that next to go will be Matilda Cruz and Coup de Tête for France. They come forward on 36.3. Just waiting down at the start. That's Maxime Livio watching on, just giving a last few moments of words of wisdom. Very easily away from the first. Matilda Cruz. Goes out over the racetrack. Off in search of the coffin. Or I should say the gallop turf at 4A, B and C. Pops through there really nicely. And making light work as well, actually, of the Potter's Hedges at 6A and B, which have been influential on Mike Etherington Smith's cross-country track today. Very quickly, Matilda can put those behind her. And pops confidently clear of the next combination as well. Just get to see them go back through there again. Really athletically done. Coup de Tête and 11-year-olds by Bucks Boom, owned by Matilda alongside Laurent Briand. Actually second on their debut at the level in Montelibretti. Back end of last year. Picked up 2.8 time penalties on that occasion, and actually that was the second fastest of the whole day. So this could well be one to watch for that clock, 6 minutes and 21 seconds. Not seen anybody achieve it. We might well not see anybody achieve it as the day goes on, but still a fast round here certainly will put you well in contention. Matilda comes forward on 36.3. As away from the start now goes Nicholas Vetstein. And Mayor's Happy. Nicholas, who represents Ecuador, was actually born to a Swiss father and a French mother, but has represented Ecuador for a good number of years now. And I would imagine we'll see him out at the Pan American Games in Chile a little bit later on this year, at the end of October. Been to a few major championships now in his career, including the World Championships in Pratone del Vivaro last year with this horse. There's Happy, who is 16 years of age now. Very experienced, owned by Nicholas alongside Monique Dime and Frank Vetstein as well. Looks to have gone up the wrong track, perhaps, there. Just looking to see what's happened. I think he went down the wrong piece of string. Now got to set up for this big hedge. And then the triple brush, which is wide enough. There's plenty of dimensions on some of these fences. And indeed, Nicholas Vetstein, Mayor's Happy, being adjudged as clear all the way through there. So I think just a little bit of an error in terms of the running lane that he went down. Matilda Cruz, coup de tête. Right in the middle part of the course. Big galloping horse this. The sheepskin noseband just helps encourage the horse to keep his head low. Comes to the rails. The PMU Ox are at 17. It's a good shot at those. And now looking to set up for the second of the three waters out on course, going the direct route. And that triple brush comes in quite quickly off that turn. And there isn't a huge amount to aim at either. She did a good job there. Very nicely done. At the combination at 19. Coup de tête goes on to the big ditch and brush at 20. As very keen to get their round underway. Here's our latest starter, which would be Virginie Collier, Habama de la Boule Rouge. Ooh, clever footwork, actually, because we've seen plenty just catch that top rail today and have the 11 penalties for activating a frangible device. But coup de tête was very clever, just got feet out the way and helped Matilda out slightly. So they come down to the final fence and a brilliant clear round cross country. Just a few time penalties to add. 49.9 currently sits inside the top 20 as things stand at the moment. Still a few to go, but certainly sees her well in touch going forward to tomorrow's show jumping, which of course we will have live for you on FEI TV. And we'll look forward to bringing all of the action on the final day of this Nations Cup in Avenches in Switzerland. Halfway between Geneva and Zurich, in amongst the mountains, most picturesque part of Switzerland. Nicholas Vetstein, Mayor's Happy, right back into the main race course. Looking full of running as they come back across the track. to the Jena Pond at 18 A and B in just a second. They've just got the PMU Oxa first. Nicholas pops that very easily. And this part of the course is really interesting. So Mike Etherington-Smith has been very clever because he's used the space that he has available to him, which, while it's a lot, there is a good bit of twisting and turning, particularly because a lot of the middle part of the cross-country track is in the view of the grandstand. So actually, there's a lot of it that can be really viewed from a central location. But actually, while there are twists and turns and a few circles in there, it does still feel quite forward, quite flowing. So Nicholas Vetstein and Mayers Happy just heading on towards home. Oh, and another just comes in, possibly with a tad too much speed, and catches the rail at the top of the bank. And unfortunately, that will be 11 penalties for activating the frangible device there to add to his score. It would be said that Mayers Happy still ears pricked. He very much will think he's jumped a clear round, and a really confident clear round at that. Just a frustrating late 11 penalties for him, plus a few time penalties to add, but they are home safe and sound. So heading into the final few riders here in Avenches, probably some 10 or 12 left to leave the start box. As away goes Virginie Collier and Habama de la Boule Rouge. This is at the 4th. And they ping through there very confidently, actually. They came forward on 34.6, going down the slide at 7A and B. And then this is the big corner at 8. Oh, and just ducks out to the right-hand side. Virginie was just careful to keep a hold on the line coming down the hill. And unfortunately, just ducked out to the right. You can see the fence judge there in the blue chair. They have a camera which shows the absolute dead-on angle of looking straight at that corner. So if there was any question, as Virginie just pops her hand up, if there was ever any question from the ground jury as to whether there'd been a missed flag, they can get the perfect camera shot to be able to see the direct head-on view of it. Just see the next combination to come through there, actually, was GRC Shiraz, Federico Sacchetti, and you could really see the difference, actually, because they took a stride out. It was a much more positive ride. Federico trusted that the horse was going to pick up the flags and go, and went through there really, really nicely. So Federico Sacchetti and GRC Shiraz, our latest starters, 41.3, left them in 55th place overnight. But just to put it into context, how tough the cross-country has been, 41.3, if he goes clear and inside the time, he'd actually go into 6th on the live leaderboard. That is how much influence the cross-country has had. But here is a man who made history for India yesterday. It is Fuad Mirza with Signor Medicot. It was actually the best top-level dressage test from an Indian rider in over 15 years. 25.5, he is our overnight leader. And this is certainly one to watch because he has set out like he means business. 32.6 is the clubhouse leader. So that is 7.1 penalties ahead. So he can be 17 seconds over the time to go ahead of Felix Vogue de L'Océan. But we do still have Felix Vogue and KN on a score of 28.0 left to go. So watch this space. Really nice piece of riding through the combination at 4. Turf scallop. And he is not hanging around, Fuad. He's really putting his foot down. This is a horse that he took an individual silver medal on at the Asian Games. And of course he made the 4 strides there because he really committed. He angled the hedge. And this is looking like a very confident start to this combinations cross-country round. Oh, and unfortunately, activating the safety device just left a leg at the top of the bank, and that is such a shame. Fuad Mirza did well to stay in the plate there, and that will be 11 penalties for our overnight leader. So Felix Vogue will lead going into the show jumping tomorrow, and it isn't quite going to be the fairy tale for Fuad Mirza that many would have hoped. Federico Sacchetti at the water, just not quite straight at the first element at 18. To work quite hard there. Comes round her setup for this combination at 19 and pops through it very easily. That's jumped really well today. So Federico very much into the latter part of his round. It will be Felix Vogue leading overnight. The big question is on which horse. Deo de Lucien, 32.6, the clubhouse leader. Still to come in a couple of horses' time with KN. As away from the start, Marie-Charlotte Fuss, Dakota Denath. And another to activate the Mim clip coming into the final water. And another 11 penalties to add. The fence repair team have been pretty busy out there today, but they've done a brilliant job because very few disruptions to the flow of the course. And that'll be 11 penalties to add for Federico Sacchetti as he comes towards home. It's been a good round from him. And actually, round in 6 minutes and 43 seconds. He comes through the finish and complete. So Federico Sacchetti, 61.1, just outside the top 30. News in that actually Fuad Mirza, Senior Medicote, have actually activated another safety device out on course. That will be 2 lots of 11 penalties for them to add as away from the start. Robin Godel. Here we go. This is Fuad Mirza, Senior Medicote. And you can just see caught the back end of that big corner and took the rail with him. So that'll be 2 lots of 11 penalties for Fuad Mirza, unfortunately. Going to see the fairy tale finish for him here this weekend. Comes back into the main race course to the Big White Oxer. Sets up for the water, goes in really with an economical line there, and he is much quicker than some that we have seen. He's probably about 15 seconds or so down on the clock, but not a million miles away. And he is certainly not hanging around at this latter part of the course. Senior Medicote, hugely experienced, 17 years of age now. As he comes to the Avenches hedge. Takes a flyer there. Quick check of the watch. he's certainly still really going for the time. And it's interesting, I'm not entirely sure if he realises that one or both of those pins have gone, because he's chasing the clock. 6 minutes 21, the optimum time. He's going pretty darn close to it. He's just got the last to go. And Fuad Mirza clears the final fence with Signor Medicot. It's a brilliant performance in terms of the clock, just so frustrating. 6 seconds over the time. That a couple of frangible devices out on course as well. So 22 jumping penalties in total to add, 11 for each of those frangible devices. And that will see him a little bit further on down the order. Now, away from the start, it is Marie-Charlotte Fuss and Dakota Denath. It was a few moments ago as we catch up with them, having an enormous leap over the ditch at 4. Pops through there very nicely, though. Lovely stamp of a horse, Dakota Denath. Oh, she rather rattled those rails, but they stayed. Comes back onto the main racecourse. And can really open up on the accelerator now before the pony school fence at 16, just past the 4-minute marker. In the shade of those magnificent trees. Incredible facilities here in Avenches. So heading into the final 6 riders to head out of the start box. And it could all still happen at the very top of the leaderboard, because Felix Vogue, Deo de Locian leads 32.6. Only one person can go ahead of him, and it is Felix with his other ride, KN. However, Lara Delida Kirkemeyer, Meryl Blom-Holzman, Marie-Charlotte Fuss, Matthew Luciani, all could challenge for top placings going into tomorrow's show jumping round. Certainly all to play for. Marie-Charlotte Fuss, Dakota Denath, not overly experienced at the level, but come here with a really confident jump through 19A and B. Away from the start will be Lara Delida Kirkemeyer's second ride, I think that is. Getting a good shot at that big corner at 21 and 22. Charlotte Marie Fuss, or Marie-Charlotte Fuss, I should say. As the crowds have gathered down by the final water. And she pops through there really nicely. So the time penalties clocking up, 0.4 of a penalty for every second over the optimum time. She's not going to be able to challenge for a top placing going into tomorrow, but it's been a very good clear round from this young lady. And she clears the last, comes home to complete. Ran in 7 minutes and 6 seconds, and she's absolutely delighted with that. There'll be a good few time penalties to add. Probably around 18, I would imagine. But it's been a good round in the cross country for Marie-Charlotte Fuss and Dakota Denath. Now it is the turn of Robin Godel and Global DHI. Robin, who is a 2-time winner of the Swiss National Championships, actually won this class last year, went on his way to taking the Swiss National title with Grandeur de Lally. Global DHI really boldly through the combination at 8. Clear so far, and actually we catch up with him as he comes back into the main field. There's a horse that was produced by Ireland's Brian Morrison, Global Sport Horses. Pops through there very nicely. And Robin Godell, who actually was part of the Swiss team who won here 12 months ago, but also who won the brilliant Protoni Nations Cup event in May of last year. He's been a real stalwart of the Swiss team over the last few seasons, and I'm sure will do so again in the build-up to the Olympic Games next year. Grandeur de Lally, his selected ride for the Olympics, for the Europeans, I should say, getting a little bit ahead of myself. For the Europeans, he hopes that he'll be a selected ride for the Olympics as well. But still a long way to go. Still a long way to go. We're not quite there yet. Did a good job of just setting up for that final water, actually. We've seen a few come through rather by the skin of their teeth, and Robin was leaving nothing to chance. He's just got the 2 jumping efforts remaining. As he kicks on now towards the final fence. Be interesting to see his time. He was on a score of 37.0. A few time penalties, 44.6 his total. Goes inside the top 10 at the moment, though. That'll drop him a place or so in the Swiss National Championships, I think. He'll drop below Top Jobs Jalisco, Nadjaminda, and it is Felix Vogue, Deo de Lucien, who leads that at the moment. So next to go, we see Lara de Lieder Kirkemeyer with the last of her rides today. Formidable 62, the horse she brings forward. Lara, who's based at Arville in Belgium, or in Arville in Belgium, I should say. The venue for the 8th leg of the FEI Eventing Nations Cup Series this year. The next leg in Bromont in Canada. It'd be wonderful to see Canada, and I'm sure there'll be an American team in the Nations Cup League there as well. But then the next European leg would be Arville, which the Belgian team actually won last year. And the Belgian team again on for a podium finish here, because sitting in 3rd in the Nations Cup team competition. Huni Darville, Lara's ride in the team competition, put in a really good spin across the country a little bit earlier on. Formidable 62, really nice stamp of a horse. Wouldn't be overly experienced at this level at all. I think stepping up to the level for the first time actually for owner Irene Takel. Oh, just got quite into the bottom of that triple brush, but did a really good job. And you can see Lara there, delighted that it came together, because sometimes cross-country isn't perfect. Sometimes you don't get the perfect shot, but ultimately you've got to make it happen. And she's been in great form this season, Lara. She had a tough old 2022 season, just nothing seemed to go right. She had a heartbreaking fall at the first fence in Protoni at the World Championships. And sometimes you just need your luck to change slightly. And you've got to keep working, you've got to keep plugging away and trust in the process. And that is what they have done. But she's come out this season riding really, really well. She had a super top 10 finish in Aachen. Had a couple of horses inside. I think it was the top 20 in Le Moulin, actually, in the German National Championship class. Formidable 62. Really clever at that rail, actually. And Lara trusted him to pick his feet up. And or trusted her, I should say, beg your pardon, trusted her to pick her feet up. And she did. She was clever, she was quick, she was sharp. And this has been a really smart cross-country round from them. I think they'll have a good number of time penalties, but still, Lara will be absolutely thrilled. And what an exciting mare for the future. Lara Delida Kirkemeyer, formidable 62, finish on 52.3. They'll be in 28th place, but she looks absolutely thrilled with that. A really exciting round for the future and getting some real strength and depth in her string. Now we turn our attentions to Felix Vogue, KN. He's guaranteed to be our leader overnight. Big question is, will it be with Deo de Lucien or will it be with this horse, with KN? He doesn't look to be going absolutely pedal to the metal, but it could be deceiving. This is a really scopy horse, very, very big stride. He's on a score of 32.6. That's with Deo de Lucien. KN comes forward on a score of 28. So can afford to be 11 seconds over the time to go ahead of himself and hold first and second going into tomorrow's show jumping. Just quick check back over his shoulder. Obviously heard the rattle of the mim clip. But again, slightly wider line to the water there. This horse that he thinks so much of was gutted not to be able to take her to the Olympic Games in 2021. Very much, I imagine, looking forward to 2024 and what the season might hold. Switzerland, of course, already have their team qualification in the bag. And Felix selected for the Swiss team in Harada in the Nations Cup with both Cartania, a horse that he rode to a top 15 finish at Badminton this year and a European Championships horse, or Calero, his Lemulin 2022 5-star winner. This horse, I think, needs to do another long format 4-star, which would again tick the Olympic qualification box. So that, I imagine, is very much on their radar. Really nicely through all elements there. And just the last to go. The time penalty is already clocking up. So Felix Vogue will lead overnight, but he will lead with Deo de Lucien. KN, I would imagine, is going to slot into the top 10 depending on those time penalties. But watch this space as he comes to the final fence. Never looked to be pushing for the time, just cruised round. And 6 minutes and 53 seconds is the optimum time that he completes on, or is the time he completes on. So outside of the optimum, 40.8, still good enough to go into 5th. So it is at the moment Deo de Lucien, Felix Vogue, who lead the way, 32.6. Then it is the French duo, Raphael Cochet and Christopher Six in 2nd and 3rd. This man, though, could actually go into the mix as well, because Trésor de la Loge, Matteo Luciani, on a score of 34.6. Now, to hold his 2nd place position, he'd have to be putting in a very, very speedy cross-country round with just 5 seconds or so over the time. Not sure we're going to see him go that quickly today, but certainly could be in the top 10 overnight going into the jumping tomorrow. Trésor de la Loge on a score of 34.6. As I say, this gelding, 16 years of age, by Canaan, owned by Daniele Giorgi. Finished just outside the top 10 in the Event Rider Masters finale in 2019 in Lignières with Marco Biazza on board. But Mathieu has had the ride for a little while now. Jumps the big oxer very well. And swings back right-handed. Takes quite a wide line to this turn. We've seen a real variety of lines. It's always one of those that if you go and watch an event, or you're watching on a live stream and you're visiting the next day, whether it be at an amateur level, at a grassroots level, or whether it be at a 5-star level, it is always so worthwhile going to look at the hoof prints the day after or after the competition has finished and just seeing the variety of lines that people have taken, where the preferred options were. You can learn so much from it. As Matteo Luciani comes to the ditch and hedge. Just getting news in actually that Sana de Jong, Yarrowly MBF, who would have been last to go, has withdrawn, as has Merrill Blom-Hulsman. So actually Mattia, the last to go of the day, and we'll see him all the way home. Those time penalties clocking up 0.4 of a penalty, remember, for every second over. But the time here has been really influential to date. Mike Etherington-Smith has set a really tough track. And certainly it's caused plenty of movement on the leaderboards. And I'm sure we will see more movement on the leaderboard tomorrow, because attention will turn to the final day of competition, the jumping phase. And we've lots to look forward to as we wait to see who will be stood atop the podium here in Avenches. But Matteo Luciani, 59.0, his total score, finishes the day in 36th position. So, what a day of cross-country action we have enjoyed here in Avenches. We hope that you've enjoyed it as much as we have enjoyed bringing it to you, because plenty of thrills, plenty of spills. This is how the team competition is shaping up, and I think we're going to see plenty more movement tomorrow as well. Look how tight it is. France out in front, 115.5. Switzerland, 126.0, looking to reverse the top two from last year. France, they finished second to Switzerland. Belgium looking for their 6th podium finish of the season, 133.3 in third. Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, all still in contention. And Austria, Great Britain, things didn't quite go to plan for them. The cross-country phase today, but the individual competition has certainly given us plenty to talk about as well, and it is Felix Vogue, Deo de Locien, who leads the way with 32.6, ahead of, not quite a fence ahead of, but almost, Raphael Cochet, Difta de Veri, 36.4, Christopher Cease, Totem de Bressy, Nadja Minder, Top Jobs Jalisco, moving up from 23rd after dressage into 4th place overnight, and Hector Payne Dynasty as well. They were well down the order in 43rd, and a brilliant fast clear moves them up to 6th overnight. But there's plenty of different nations represented, and there's plenty of movement, I am sure, that is going to happen tomorrow as well. Julian Vergefoss, Florino 6, rounding out the top 12. A little bit further on, Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer inside the top 15 with Huni Darville and Fuad Merza, our dressage leader, Signor Medicot. It wasn't to be the fairy tale for him, unfortunately. 2 frangible devices out on course, albeit with a quick time. 22 jumping penalties takes him outside the top 20. Janneke Boonskaya, part of the Dutch Nations Cup team, in 25th. Melody Yona, GB Keep Cool de Perche, was one of the earliest to go a little bit earlier on this morning, and she sits on a score of 54.1. But as we head further on down the leaderboard, certainly saw plenty of jumping penalties and time penalties over Mike Etherington-Smith's cross-country track. The time has absolutely played its part. Nobody achieved 6 minutes and 21 seconds, and it really has caused plenty of movement on the leaderboard. But the scene is set for a brilliant conclusion to the 6th leg of the FEI Eventing Nations Cup Series tomorrow here in Switzerland. We do hope that you'll join us for the final show jumping phase. All horses will present to the horse inspection, the final horse inspection in the morning, and we'll be back for the jumping in the afternoon. Do join us then. Who will be on top of the podium? Can France hold on? And will Felix Vogue take the Swiss national title once again?
classé troisième avec une autre monture.
Weiter geht's im Kurs mit dem CC 2-Sterne-Kurs. Mit insgesamt 20 Hindernissen auf 20 Sprüngen. Die Halbzeit ist 5 Minuten und 28. Er richtet sich aufgrund der Distanz, die zu sehen ist, von 2835 Metern und dem vorgeschriebenen Tempo von 25 Metern pro Minute. Er fährt auf der Kurs 2 aktuell, das ist Florico. Deutschland und Österreich. Der Kurs wurde auch von Avenches getan. Das Einheiten haben die Retour absolviert und schlussendlich heute hier direkt am Start.
Allez, on troisième départ, donc deux étoiles court avec le belge Wouter de Kine, du Mans, de 6 ans, par Hugo SUI et par Cream on Top HVH. C'était 9e à l'issue du voici illustré jusqu'au niveau des 4 étoiles, notamment un bon classement chronométré cette série. Ça se passe toujours bien pour Philippe Ryan, Santos après l'obstacle numéro 15. Tout va bien aussi du côté avec Didier Schmitt, Santos après le passage de l'obstacle numéro 10.
Dritte Zeitfahren auf dem Kurs für Golde Tamise, eine weitere Pläne für Belgien. 9. Platz nach der Retour 30,1 Punkte. Belgische Stute 6 Jahre alt von Hugo Dassi.
Hein?
23,37.
finish line des circuits Loreto, 5 minutes 38. Anche les Belges après le départ Julien Desfontaines associé à Justin Taka, 35,2 à l'issue du dressage. To cross the finish line in this 2-star short cross test for 35.8 after dressage and the cross test. Et l'arrivée pour Désiré Suisse et pour Faye Levy. C'est le Suisse qui termine avec 449,17 au total.
Désiré Schmidt, Faye Levy im Ziel, exakt die gleiche Zeit, 5 Minuten 38 Minuten für Philipp Ryan und Loreto, somit ebenfalls 4 Punkte, die addiert werden.
A pris le départ pour la France. Du dressage.
Gestartet ist der der französische 15 Jahre alt von Valérie Dubouet, Platz 24 nach der Dressur 31,19.
Deux étoiles et très vite, c'était gagné avec quelque chose de cheveux. L'arrivée pour le Belge vainqueur de clean avec Ragdoll de Tamise, 5 minutes 46. Aucune faute sur le tracé, mais un peu de dépassement pour 7,2. Un total de 7,3 pour le Belge.
Melodie Sonne, Ultra Heun, 2,1 Millionen. Emotie du Perche hat den Kurzzug für die Gruppe genommen. Weiter Valentin raus von gerade Rückwärts. Ideal würde es
associé à Émilie du Perchet, la fille de 9 ans.
Julien Constantin. Und 45 benötigt 6,1 Fehler werden Matthias mit 42 Punkten. Das ist die Startwertzeit. Nach
Il arrive pour dislocation pour Black Beauty avec sa place 44, total de 4 points, un total de 41,9 pour 5e rang provisoire. Alors notre utilisatrice départ Tamara Aquino aussi à Hérité de Taylor Lacatté. Avec Jezebel et GS. De Stéphane. Angelica Duba a pris toutes les minutes lors des séances, 5 minutes 35 seconds, 2.8 votes to 2.3. And the cross test is the best result so far.
Besser betonen.
Donc Petrini qui a franchi la ligne d'arrivée avec Everald Johnny, 15. Et un refus, il y a un peu de dépassement, mais à 36,8. On ajoute ceci au dressage hier, on est à 70,5. Adelina qui est toujours sans faute avec Jézabel. Adelina qui est 4 étoiles de la suspension même à Avenches. Elle prépare la relève avec ce cheval de 7 ans. Et l'arrivée pour Tamara Akio pour hériter Taylor Lakato, 5 minutes 20, c'est bien, il n'y a aucun point de dépassement, on est bien dans le temps, très jolie performance, 30,7 à l'issue du trot et du dressage. Tamara Akio qui prend donc les commandes dans ce 2 étoiles court. Avec Luan Speedvolt, un cheval irlandais âgé de 12 ans, c'est Anastasia Keki, placée dans le 2 étoiles de Ravenne, placée également à Caraville.
Zweite Verweigerung beim Hindernis 9b für Chewbacca und Rebecca Gerold für Österreich. Mittlerweile im Ziel Harvide Patry und Roman mit 5 Minuten 41, gemessen auf Zeit damit 5,2 Punkte Abwärts, neuer Score 47,1 und Platz 10.
L'arrivée pour Roxane Vincent et pour Harvide Patry, c'est ce qui termine son temps sur 5 minutes 41, il y a 5,2 temps pour le temps. Après le dressage et le cross.
Dann ist der gestartet mit dem Sprint van London für die Schweiz auf dem 50. Platz 35,30 Meter.
Composé Julie, gestion de Brandon de leur départ. Suite de départ de ce 2 étoiles courtes. Deuxième et puis super, c'est un petit peu de temps. Pour l'instant, 2 refus sur cross. Donc ça se passe très bien pour Nuance Volt et pour Anastasia Keki. Malheureusement pour F et pour Rebecca Guérol qui sont donc éliminés de ce cross du 2 étoiles.
Nachverweigerung bei 6B und 9D erfolgt die dritte bei 10, was bedeutet auch der Ausflug für die Haushaltsstreiche KF. Dafür ist Fernhill gestartet, Maria Laura Iorio für Italien Rang 6 nach der Dressur 28,5 Fehler. Irish Warhorse war 10 Jahre alt.
Maria Laura Iorio qui a pris départ maintenant avec ce Fernhill Fancy Bet. Jeune cavalière, 18 ans. On a vu les traits du côté de Stratoni, elle prenait la 4e place en 2 étoiles, elle était en 9e à Ravenne. Et l'arrivée pour Anastasia Keki et pour Nuance Volt. 5 minutes 33 pour le cross de la cavalière italienne. Très joli temps, 2 points de dépassement. Donc on est à 39,8 pour le comparateur américain avec celui du dressage. C'est une 8e en cross.
Anastasia Keki für Italien in 50 Minuten 33 noch benötigt und damit 2 Punkte hinzu für Zeit 39,8 und Rang 8 hier Mariotto.
5 minutes 33 seconds for Anastasia Keki and Nuance Volt 2439.8 after dressage and the cross. Pour la suite avec François de Lydie, Vicky Van qui est sans faute. C'est confirmé après le passage de le 7-16. refus maintenant pour Justine Van London sur l'obstacle 17C. Un départ français maintenant dans ce 2 étoiles court. On va retrouver Léa Chauveau, associée à Giovanni Castel AA, cheval de 7 ans, 34,7 à l'issue du dressage.
Giovanni Castel.
Fin de parcours pour Justine Van London et pour Fantasia de Lully, 6,15. Un total de 38,8 de pénalité, 74,1 au total après le dressage et le prix.
Fantasia de Lully und Justine Van London ebenfalls in 7 Minuten 15 benötigt. Der Gutachter Kommandanträger dafür Zeit 20 für die Verweigerung beim Hindernis 17C. Neuer Score 64,1.
6 minutes 18 seconds for Justine Van London and for Fantasia de Lully, 38.87 to 4.5 after the dressage and the cross.
Ebenfalls beim Hindernis 17C eine Verweigerung von Fernhill Dance to Death, Maria Laura Diorio. Mit ebenfalls 20 Punkte.
Un reçu dans le tracé de Maria Diorio de Fernhill Dance to Death. On a un nouveau départ sous les couleurs italiennes avec Federica Avenches et avec le Bad Boy Z, cheval de 10 ans. Dedicated. Procédé-là après le dressage.
Neues Pferd auf der Piste, Bad Boy Z, 10-Jähriger. Seiner Seite dann direkt von Federica Avenches. Italien, 32.
Maria Laura Diorio and Fancy Death have first the finish line 6 minutes 14, 38 for total, 69.9 after dressage and the crossing.
Fernhill Dance to Death, Maria Laura Diorio in 6 Minuten 14, 85,4. Punkte für die Zeit, 20 für die Verweigerung beim Hindernis 17C. Neuer Score für die beiden 66,9.